Welcome to Sleep for Stories. Thank you for joining us on this relaxing and mysterious journey. Let us know in the comments where in the world you're watching from and what time it is for you. If you enjoy these stories, don't forget to subscribe to the channel, give this video a thumbs up, and turn on notifications so you don't miss any future tales. Wishing you a peaceful listening experience and a restful sleep. Eliza stepped into the clearing, the world around her seemingly holding its breath. The tall, dry grass whispered as the evening breeze swept through, carrying with it the faint, metallic scent of rust and something older. Something that spoke of lost, forgotten laughter and frozen moments. Before her stood an abandoned carnival, hidden in the folds of the forest, shrouded in twilight's embrace. The entrance arch, once vibrant and gleaming with lights, now sagged under the weight of time, its painted letters, chipped and dulled. Carnival Nocturna was barely legible, yet something in the name made her heart quicken. She had heard the stories whispered among townsfolk, tales of sudden disappearances, and strange lights dancing on the horizon on moonless nights. Stepping past the threshold, Eliza felt an uncanny shift in the air. The ground beneath her boots crunched with dried leaves and brittle paper, remnants of old flyers promising wonders that no longer existed. Merry-go-round stood in the center, its once proud horses frozen mid-gallop, their manes chipped, eyes wide with expressions that bordered on panic. A sudden clang shattered the silence, causing Eliza to spin around. The Ferris wheel at the far end of the grounds creaked, its rusted spokes groaning as if stirred by an unseen force. A flicker of light caught her eye, a soft glow emanating from the ticket booth. As she approached, she noticed the glass was cracked, but clear enough to reveal an old cash register and faded photographs pinned to the walls inside. One photograph in particular drew her in, a black and white image of performers, their faces painted with grotesque smiles that seemed almost too lifelike. Behind them, a shadow lurked, indistinct but unmistakably human. Eliza's breath caught in her throat. As the air grew colder, a shiver tracing its way down her spine. A faint sound, barely a whisper, but sharp like a knife, echoed through the empty grounds. Was the kind of noise that made the hairs on her arms stand on end, like the intake of breath before a scream. Eliza took a cautious step back, eyes darting to the dark corners where shadows seemed to shift and twist on their own. The whisper was Sewa Wilson, gone, replaced by a stillness so complete it felt suffocating. She rubbed her arms, trying to shake off the chill that clung to her like a second skin. Every instinct screamed at her to turn and run, but curiosity rooted her to the spot. With Owen and Frat her, and Eloy and Sue and run, but curiosity rooted her to the spot. Deliberate slowness. She moved towards the photograph. The figures in it seemed familiar, yet foreign. The ringmaster with his tall hat, the acrobat frozen mid-flip, the clown with a grin stretched too wide, almost as if his painted smile had a life of its own. The shadow behind them was different now, clearer, as though it had stepped forward within the frame, watching her with hollow eyes. Suddenly, a low, melodic chime cut through the air. Eliza spun around, and her gaze landed on the carousel. It was moving. The horses' eyes gleamed under the weak twilight, and their hooves lifted one by one. A slow, ghostly gallop in time to the distorted music wheezing from the old organ pipes. The carousel's motion was jerky, unnatural, as though compelled by a force that defied reason. "Who's there?" Eliza called out, her voice breaking the spell of silence. It echoed across the empty grounds, only to be swallowed by the dense thicket of trees. A sudden rustling came from the funhouse, its painted entrance now warped with time. The once vibrant colors faded into grotesque smears. The mouth of the entrance, painted in the shape of a clown's grin, seemed to shift, the corners lifting ever so slightly as if beckoning her in. Her pulse pounded in her ears as she hesitated at the entrance. The funhouse loomed before her, and the echoes of distant laughter, children's laughter, high-pitched and gleeful, wafted out as if caught in a time loop. The hair on the back of her neck stood up as she peered inside. The corridor beyond was lined with cracked mirrors, each reflecting her form at odd angles, distorting her face into grimaces and leers. The whispered noise returned, louder this time, and unmistakable. "Come and play." It was neither male nor female, but a voice suspended between worlds, drawing her forward with an invisible tether. Before she could stop herself, Eliza stepped inside. The door behind her slammed shut, and the carnival outside was swallowed by darkness. A cold draft swept through the narrow corridor, and Eliza shivered as she stepped deeper into the funhouse. The distorted reflections in the cracked mirrors followed her every move, warping her features into grotesque shapes that seemed to grin and sneer. Each step she took echoed, making it impossible to tell if the sound was hers or if someone or something was following close behind. "Come and play," the voice whispered again, softer now, almost playful. It seemed to echo from everywhere and nowhere at once, reverberating through the maze of mirrors. Eliza's breath quickened, forming small clouds in the chilled air as she tried to steady her trembling hands. She reached out, touching the surface of one of the mirrors. It was ice cold, almost ice cold, almost burning her fingertips. Suddenly, the lights above flickered to life, casting a harsh yellow glow over the corridor. The shadows jumped and twisted, and Eliza's distorted reflection seemed to stretch and reach out, mimicking a scream that the corridor howl or stirs never came. The laughter of children echoed once more, but it was wrong, too slow, too deep, as if played backward on a broken record. "Eliza." The voice called her name this time, and she froze. Her heart pounded against her ribcage as she whipped around, searching for the source. The reflections shifted again, and in one, she saw not just her own terrified eyes, but another figure standing just behind her. It was tall and dressed in a tattered jester's costume. The bells on its tattered jester's costume, the bells on its hat rusted and silent. Its face was painted in a grotesque smile, but the eyes were hollow and dark, endless voids that seemed to pull the light from the room. Before she could react, the jester moved, its painted smile stretching unnaturally as it stepped out of the mirror and into the corridor. Eliza stumbled backward, her back slamming against the cold glass behind her. The jester moved with jerky, puppet-like movements, tilting its head as if curious about her. "Stay!" "It curious about her?" "Stay!" said, its voice a hiss that cut through the silence. It raised one gloved hand, and Eliza felt her limbs go numb, as if the blood in her veins had turned to ice. The lights flickered again, and in the brief moments of darkness, she could see other figures in the mirrors, spectral clowns, acrobats with skeletal faces, and a ringmaster whose eyes glowed like embers. Desperate, Eliza closed her eyes and willed herself to wake up, to be anywhere but here. But when she opened them, again, the jester was inches away, its painted grin wide enough to split its face. It leaned in close, its breath cold against her ear as it whispered, "The show has just begun." A sudden crash echoed from deep within the funhouse, and deep within the funhouse, and the mirrors shattered, sending shards raining down around her. The lights went out completely, plunging her into darkness. The only sound was her own ragged breathing, and the faint, echoing footsteps of something moving closer, ready to play. Eliza's breath came in shallow gasps, the darkness pressing down on her like a living entity. She stretched her hands out cautiously, feeling the jagged edges of broken glass bite into her fingertips. The pain was sharp but fleeting, barely sharp but fleeting, barely sharp but fleeting, registering under the surge of adrenaline coursing through her veins. Somewhere in the void, she heard the faintest echo of whispers, an indistinct murmur that seemed to come from every direction at once. As her eyes adjusted to the dark, she began to see shapes emerging in the dim light. Figures adorned with glittering masks and tattered costumes shifted as if alive. She told herself it was a trick of the shadows, the fractured reflections playing on her fear. But her body tensed, involuntarily, her instinct screaming otherwise. A soft, pulsing red glow suddenly flickered at the end of the corridor. It illuminated a doorway, ornate and carved with swirling patterns that seemed to move under her gaze. Above it, a sign "Move under her gaze" hung precariously, the paint faded and peeling, reading, "The real show begins here." The air grew colder, heavy, with an iron tang that made her stomach churn. Eliza's feet moved of their own accord, each step creaking loudly on the old wooden floor. The door seemed to beckon, drawing her with an almost magnetic pull. She reached out to touch the handle, which was surprisingly warm, as if someone had just let go of it. The whispers grew louder, overlapping into a discordant hum that seemed to vibrate through her bones. With a deep, steadying breath, she pushed the door open. Inside, the room was bathed in an eerie red glow. Dust motes floated like tiny embers in the thick, still air. At the center stood a large circular stage, surrounded by empty seats draped in decaying velvet. The stage was set with grotesque props, mannequins with cracked porcelain faces, marionettes with tangled strings, and old carnival banners that flapped silently as though touched by a phantom breeze. Suddenly, one of the marionettes twitched, its head snapping up to look directly at her. Its eyes, hollow and painted with a stark, unnatural gleam, seemed to follow her every movement. The red glow intensified, casting long, spindly shadows that danced across the walls. A slow, rhythmic clapping filled the silence, coming from somewhere she couldn't see. "Welcome, Eliza," a voice drawled from the darkness. It was deep, mocking, and filled with an unnatural resonance that sent a shiver crawling up her spine. The marionettes, mannequins, and shadows seemed to move in response, their lifeless forms shifting just enough to unsettle her. She turned, searching for the source of the voice. Unsettle her, and found herself staring into the eyes of a figure cloaked in darkness, only its grin visible, a grin that was impossibly wide and filled with sharp, white teeth. Eliza's heart pounded in her chest as the figure stepped forward, emerging from the shadows. The grin belonged to a man, or at least what once had been a man. His face was pale, almost translucent, and his eyes glowed with an unnatural red light that mirrored the room's eerie hue. He wore an old ringmaster's coat, tattered, and stained, with brass buttons that gleamed like polished bone. "I've been waiting for you," he said, his voice both familiar and foreign, as though two voices spoke in unison, one deep and commanding, the other faint and whispering, like a distant echo. He lifted a hand, gesturing towards the stage where the marionettes and mannequins shifted, their limbs creaking as they positioned themselves in macabre tableau. Eliza backed away, her pulse racing as she felt the cold wood of the door behind her. But when she turned, the door was gone, replaced by a wall of mirrors that reflected the scene before her. In those reflections, she saw herself surrounded by figures that weren't there when she looked, directly spectral, performers in faded costumes, their faces painted with grotesque smiles that seemed to widen as she stared. Why me? She whispered, the question slipping from her lips before she could stop it. The ringmaster's grin grew wider, eyes narrowing with an unsettling glint. Because, he said, drawing out the word with a sinister satisfaction, you are the only sinister satisfaction. You are the only one who still listens, who still wonders. His hand snapped, and the marionettes lurched to life, their strings tugged by invisible hands. They moved in a synchronized, jerky dance, limbs twisting in impossible angles, creating patterns that made Eliza's head spin. The whispers rose to a fevered pitch, echoing from every corner of the room. She pressed her hands to her ears, but it did nothing to block out the sound. The ringmaster's voice cut through the noise, sharp and commanding. Let the show begin. The stage burst into motion. The mannequins' hollow eyes gleamed as they turned to face her, their mouths opening in silent, screaming expressions. The marionettes' dance grew faster, frenzied, as if driven by some unseen force. Eliza's vision blurred as the room seemed to spin around her, the red glow pulsing like a heartbeat. She fell to her knees, the cold seeping into her bones. And suddenly, she felt a hand real and solid grip her shoulder. She gasped, looking up to see a young boy with dark, hollow eyes, his expression one of sadness and warning. Leave while you still can, he whispered, and the room seemed to shudder at his words. But before Eliza could react, the ringmaster's laughter filled the air, and everything went dark. Eliza's heart raced as she reached out to the boy, but before her fingers could touch him, he vanished like a wisp of smoke. The darkness that followed was suffocating, an oppressive weight that stole her breath and dulled her senses. The ringmaster's laughter continued, echoing off the walls, now distant and hollow as if coming from the depths of a cavern. Then, a flicker of light returned. Not red this time, but a pale, sickly blue that bathed the room in an otherworldly glow. The mirrors reflected this new light, and in their glassy depths, she could see her own terrified eyes staring back at her, surrounded by the ghostly figures of the performers, who seemed to close in from all sides. The marionettes had stilled, their lifeless forms tangled and limp on the stage. The mannequins, however, were no longer in their original places. They stood in a circle around her, their expressions twisted into grotesque masks of joy and horror. Their hollow eyes seemed to bore into her, empty yet full of malice. Do you see now, Eliza? The ringmaster's voice came from everywhere and nowhere, a whisper that slid across her skin like ice. You are part of the story, part of the show that never ends. Her pulse thundered in her ears, drowning out the whispers and the creaking of Rav. The stage. Eliza pushed herself to her feet, trembling but determined. She wouldn't let the madness consume her. The boy's warning echoed in her mind. Leave while you still can. She scanned the room, looking for any sign of an exit. The mirrors flickered, showing glimpses of a corridor, a pathway that led beyond the confines of the stage. Without hesitation, she bolted toward it, her feet slipping on the cracked, uneven floor as she ran. The performers moved in a blur of pale limbs and painted smiles, reaching out with grasping, stiff fingers. One brushed against her arm, its touch cold and lifeless, sending a jolt of terror through her. She pushed forward, heart pounding as the corridor came into view, narrow and lined with tattered red curtains that seemed to sway on their own. The laughter behind her grew louder, maniacal and furious. The ringmaster's voice cut through it all, shouting, "You cannot escape! This is your destiny!" Eliza ducked under the curtains, feeling them tug at her clothes as though trying to pull her back. She stumbled into the corridor, the pale blue light giving way to deeper shadows. The whispers faded, replaced by the distant thud of drums, steady and relentless. Ahead of her, the corridor split into two paths. One was dark, disappearing into the unknown, while the other glowed faintly with the same pale light that had haunted the room before. She hesitated for only a moment before choosing the glowing path, a sliver of hope clinging to her like a lifeline. The air grew colder, and a sense of déjà vu washed over her as she stepped into the new space. It was another room, but this one was smaller, lined with rows of lined with rows of faded seats and a single stage set with an old, dust-covered piano. A figure sat at the piano, playing a haunting, discordant tune. It turned slowly, revealing the face of the young boy, now pale and ghostly. "You didn't leave," he said. "You don't leave," he said, eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Now, it's too late." Eliza's chest tightened as the boy's words sank in. The room felt smaller, the air colder and heavier, pressing against her like invisible hands. The haunting notes from the piano filled the silence, weaving an eerie melody that seemed to resonate in her bones. She stepped forward, hesitant, as the boy's expression shifted from sadness to something darker, almost resigned. "Why can't I leave?" she asked. Her voice breaking, the boy tilted his head, fingers dancing over the keys in slow, deliberate movements. "Because this place remembers," he said, his voice echoing like a distant memory. "Every soul that steps into this carnival becomes part of it. The show must go on." Suddenly, the light around her dimmed, and the shadows at the edges of the room thickened. From those shadows, figures emerged, ghostly silhouettes of performers, their eyes hollow, their faces painted with frozen expressions of delight and despair. The boy stopped playing and stood, the silence that followed heavier than any sound. Eliza's pulse pounded as she took a step back, only to feel cold fingers wrap around her wrist. She gasped, spinning to see the marionette from before, now animated and grinning manically. It pulled her toward the center of the room as the other figures encircled her, moving in a synchronized dance that mirrored a ritual, slow and relentless. "The boy's voice cut through the whispers, louder now, filled with urgency. "You must break the cycle, Eliza. The key is in the music, only it can set you free." The piano, now abandoned, seemed to call to her. She wrenched her wrist free and stumbled toward it, hands trembling as she sat before the dust-laden keys. The figures surrounding her stilled, their empty eyes fixed on her, waiting. Eliza closed her eyes and reached deep into her memory, recalling a lullaby her grandmother used to hum. With shaking fingers, she played the first note. The piano groaned in response, but the sound was wise, soft, warm even, cutting through the icy dread. She continued, the simple tune growing in strength, each note pushing the darkness back, bit by bit. The performers began to sway, their forms wavering like mist. The boy, now standing beside her, placed his small, cold hand on hers. "Don't stop," he whispered. She didn't. The room shuddered, the walls seeming to crack under an invisible pressure. The ringmaster's voice, furious and panicked, roared from the depths of the shadows. "No, this is not how it ends." Eliza's fingers flew over the keys, the lullaby swelling until it drowned out the ringmaster's protest. The blue light brightened, filling the room until it was blinding. The ghostly figures dissolved, their expressions softening into peaceful smiles as they faded away. With a final resounding chord, the room was silent once more. The oppressive chill lifted, replaced by a warmth that felt almost like sunlight. Eliza opened her eyes to find herself standing in the clearing outside the carnival, the ruins quiet and still. The boy was gone, but the faint strains of the lullaby lingered in the air, a whisper of freedom. Eliza took a deep breath, the weight on her chest finally gone. She turned away from the clearing. leaving the forgotten carnival and its secrets behind, but not without a final glance. In the distance, she could almost swear she saw a figure, the boy smiling and waving before fading into the shadows. Eliza stood there, rooted to the spot. Asa stood there, rooted to the spot. Asa stood there. The image of the boy faded into the shadows of the ruined carnival. The forest around her was eerily silent, the air thick with the scent of damp earth and old wood. Her heart still raced, a relentless reminder of the ordeal she had just endured. She took a step forward, hesitating, as if the ground beneath her might vanish and pull her back into the nightmare. Suddenly, a sound broke the silence, a faint rustle, like leaves disturbed by a gentle breeze. But there was no wind. Whack! Eliza's eyes darted toward the source, her muscles tense and ready to flee. From the underbrush, a faint shimmer of light glowed, pulsing like a heartbeat. It beckoned her, soft and warm, so different from the cold glow within the carnival. With cautious steps, she approached the light, her breath catching as she realized it emanated from an old brass locket partially buried in the dirt. She knelt down, fingers brushing away the soil to reveal its intricate design, a delicate engraving of the carnival itself, etched with haunting detail. The locket felt warm in her palm, almost alive. Curiosity pushed aside her fear, and she gently opened it. Inside was a small, sepia-toned photograph of the boy who had helped her escape. He stood with a group of other children, their expressions joyful, untouched by the shadows that now haunted the place. Underneath the photograph, an inscription read, "For those who remember, the story never truly ends." A shiver ran down her spine as the forest seemed to whisper in response. She stood up, clutching the locket tightly. The realization settled in her chest like a stone. This was far from over. The carnival, the voices, the boy, they weren't just echoes of the past. They were waiting, always watching, and she was now a part of that story. The faint sound of a piano note drifted through the trees, a single, lingering key that made her heart stop. She turned, eyes wide, scanning the dense woods, the dense woods. Light had changed. The sun, which had been just over the horizon, now dipped lower, casting long, stretching shadows that seemed to shift and dance on their own. Eliza knew she had a choice: walk away and bury the memories deep, or return to the town and uncover the truth that the carnival had hidden for so long. The weight of the locket in her hand felt heavier now, as if urging her toward the latter. With a resolute breath, she began to walk back toward the distant glow of the Dinding town. The locket clutched close to her heart. The whispers faded behind her, but she knew they were never truly gone. The story was hers now, and it was far from finished. Whitaker looked up at Eliza, his eyes shadowed with an emotion that bordered on fear. He reached out, taking the locket from her hands with trembling fingers. This locket. It was never meant to be found again, he muttered, more to himself than to her. Eliza's heartbeat thundered in her ears. What do you mean? A gateway? And why does it feel like everything is just beginning? Whitaker let out a long, weary sigh, glancing at the old clock on the wall as its hands ticked past midnight. The Carnival Nocturno was more than just a spectacle of lights and games. Eliza, it was a gathering place for those who walked between worlds, a bridge between the living and the forgotten. This locket was created to seal the gateway they used, hidden away after that night, when everyone vanished. Eliza's mind spun. The locket felt heavier than ever, its metal warm, pulsing as if it had its own heartbeat. She remembered the boy's hollow eyes and the voices that haunted the carnival. But why me? Why did the carnival call to me? Whitaker's gaze softened, his expression tinged with sadness. Because you're connected to them, Eliza. Your great-grandmother was one of the last performers. The one who tried to warn the town before it was too late. You're part of this, whether you want to be or not. The room felt colder, the shadows deepening as if listening. The faint sound of a piano note played from nowhere, and Eliza's eyes darted to the dark corner of the room. The whispering started again, soft and accessory lost forward, freight waster kayak, the was hard and starved, and insidious, wrapping around her like a cold embrace. We don't have much time, Whitaker said, his voice low. He pushed a dusty leather-bound book towards her, the cover marked with arcane symbols that seemed to shift under the flickering, lamplight. This is the record of the carnival, its origins, and how to stop it. You need to finish what your great-grandmother started. Eliza reached out, her fingers grazing the cracked cover as a chill ran down her spine. Outside, the wind picked up, howling through the narrow streets like a warning. She glanced at Whitaker, whose eyes now shone with determination despite the fear etched into every line of his face. "Are you ready?" he asked, the question hanging in the air like a challenge. Eliza swallowed hard, nodding. "I don't think I have a choice." Whitaker's old, calloused hands opened a leather-bound book, its pages yellowed and brittle with age. As he flipped through, Eliza caught glimpses of faded sketches, performers with haunting eyes, symbols that seemed to twist as she stared, and the ominous silhouette of the carnival itself, sketched with uncanny detail. "There," he said, pointing to a page marked with smudged ink and hastily scrawled notes. The illustration showed a figure holding the very locket now clutched in her hand, surrounded by swirling shadows that seemed alive. The locket was the key to both sealing and opening the gateway, Whitaker explained. Your great-grandmother, Annalise, was the last to use it, intending to close the carnival forever. But something went wrong. The spirits bound to this place are trapped, caught between worlds, and they need someone tied to their legacy to finish what she started. Eliza traced the lines of the sketch, her breath catching as she recognized the same boy she had seen in the funhouse, his eyes wide with both warning and sadness. Her pulse quickened to sadness. The whispers grew louder, seeming to rise from the very walls of Whitaker's house. The floorboards creaked, and the lamp's light flickered, casting elongated shadows that twisted unnaturally. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed through the room, shaking the old furniture. Eliza jumped, eyes darting to the front door as it rattled in its frame. Whitaker's expression darkened, and he stood, grabbing an old iron rod from beside the fireplace. "They know you're here," he said, voice low and steady, "and they won't stop until the locket is theirs." Before Eliza could react, the door burst open, a rush of cold wind flooding the room. The whispers turned into a chorus of agonized cries, and a shadowy figure stood silhouetted against the night, eyes gleaming like coals. It was the ringmaster, his grin wide and predatory, as if carved into his pale face. "You brought her right to me, old man," the ringmaster hissed, the sound scraping through the air like nails on a chalkboard. The shadows behind him writhed and shifted, forming shapes that resembled the ghostly performers Eliza had seen: clowns, acrobats, and silent, spectral musicians. Whitaker stepped in front of Eliza, raising the iron rod as if it were a talisman. The ringmaster's grin faltered for a split second, but then he laughed, a hollow, bone-chilling sound. "Do you think that will save you?" The room grew colder still, frost spreading across the glass of the window as the shadows advanced. The iron in Whitaker's hands began to tremble, the force behind it almost ripping it from his grasp. Eliza's mind raced, grew warmer, pulsing in sync with her racing heartbeat. Instinct took over, and she shouted, "Stop!" The locket glowed brighter, casting a searing light that pushed the shadows back, momentarily silencing the whispers. The ringmaster's eyes narrowed. "So, you know how to play," he said, taking a step back but keeping his gaze locked on her. "But do you know the rules?" Before she could respond, the room shifted, the walls melting into darkness. Eliza felt herself being pulled, the world spinning as reality bent around her. The last thing she heard was Whitaker's voice, strained and desperate. "Find the center. Only there can you break the curse." When the spinning stopped, Eliza stood alone on the carnival's main grounds. The air was thick with mist, and ghostly lights flickered in the distance. The silence was palpable, the carnival waiting, watching, and the show was far from over. Eliza took a deep breath, the air sharp and metallic, filled with an unnatural stillness. The carnival's main grounds stretched out before her, illuminated by the ghostly flicker of lanterns that swayed without wind. The tents and rides, once vibrant and full of life, now stood as hollow, decaying husks. Each one seemed to watch her, waiting for her next move. A sudden rustle behind her made her spin around, heart hammering. The shadows at the edge of the clearing shifted, shapes, moving just out of sight. A low hum, almost like the murmur of an unseen audience, began to build, sending shivers down her spine. It was as if the carnival itself was aware of her presence, anticipating her every step, taking cautious steps forward. Eliza moved toward the carousel at the heart of the grounds. The painted horses were chipped and cracked, their eyes glistening as though they might blink at any moment. The music from the carousel's organ pipes wheezed out a dissonant, haunting melody. She felt the locket pulse warmly against her chest, a strange comfort in the overwhelming dread. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the darkness, deep and resonant. "You've come so far, but do you know why you're here?" The ringmaster stepped into the glow of the lanterns, his eyes gleaming like coals. His grin was wide, too wide, stretching across his face in an expression of mockery and delight. Eliza's throat tightened, but she forced herself to speak. "I'm here to end this, to break the curse." The ringmaster chuckled, a hollow, bone-chilling sound. "End it!" He raised one hand, and the shadows around them seemed to shift and coil. "You are part of this tale now, Eliza. You cannot end what you've already begun." Before she could react, the ground beneath her feet trembled, and the carousel creaked to life, spinning slowly at first, then faster. The music grew louder, drowning out the whispers of the shadows. Figures, clowns with painted faces frozen in grotesque grins, and acrobats suspended in twisted poses emerged from the surrounding darkness, their hollow eyes fixed on her. Eliza took a step back, her pulse pounding. The locket's heat flared, sending a shock of warmth through her body. Instinctively, she gripped it and felt a surge of energy pulse through her veins. The ringmaster's grin faltered for the briefest moment, his eyes narrowing as he noticed the change. "You think that trinket will save you," he hissed, stepping closer. "This show never ends, Eliza. It only begins anew." The locket glowed brighter, casting a golden light that cut through the swirling darkness. Eliza felt a sudden rush of clarity. She had to find the center, the heart of the curse, and destroy it before it consumed her and the town forever. The ringmaster's gaze locked onto the locket, and for the first time, Eliza saw something flicker across his expression: fear. The carousel spun wildly, the painted horse's eyes now glowing with the same eerie red light as the ringmaster's. The clowns and acrobats, twisted in grotesque contortions, began to move, jerking toward her with mechanical precision. Eliza's pulse quickened, her breath coming in ragged gasps as the locket's warmth spread through her like wildfire. She closed her eyes and focused on that feeling, drawing strength from it. The whispers that had haunted her before now turned into coherent voices, urging her on. find the center. Break the cycle. With a sudden burst of resolve, Eliza lunged toward the carousel, dodging the grasping hands of the ghostly figures. The ground shook beneath her as she reached the center post, a massive, gnarled column that pulsed with an unnatural, dark energy. The ringmaster's voice cut through the cacophony, sharp and commanding. "Stop her!" he roared, his grin twisting into a snarl as the figures closed in. Eliza ignored the creeping dread, gripping the locket tightly and pressing it against the cold, dark surface of the center post. A searing pain shot up her arm as the light from the locket clashed with the shadowy energy of the carnival. The air crackled, the tension building like a storm ready to break. The figures around her froze, their hollow eyes wide with something that looked like fear. The ringmaster lunged forward, but it was too late. The locket's light burst forth, flooding the carnival grounds in a brilliant golden glow. The shadows screamed as they dissolved into the light, their twisted forms unraveling into wisps of smoke. The carousel groaned to a stop, and the eerie music faltered, replaced by a deep, resonant silence. Eliza fell to her knees, her vision blurred as the light dimmed to a soft glow. The ringmaster's voice was a mere whisper now, laced with defeat. "You cannot destroy what is eternal," he rasped, before fading into the darkness, leaving only a faint echo. The ground stilled, and the cold air was replaced by a gentle breeze. The carnival, once a twisted nightmare, now stood in eerie silence, the shadows no longer shifting with malevolent intent. The boy appeared once more, his form translucent, and eyes filled with gratitude. "You did it," he said softly, his voice carrying a sense of peace. "The cycle is broken," Eliza managed a weak smile, the locket now cool in her hand. The boy's form shimmered and began to fade, taking the last remnants of the curse with him. The carnival's glow softened to a warm, welcoming light, as if relieved to be free of its dark burden. At dawn broke on the horizon. Eliza stood, the golden light of the morning sun bathing the carnival in hues of hope. The nightmare was over, but the memory of it would stay with her forever, a reminder of the power of courage and the cost of age, breaking the chains of the past. Deep in the uncharted heart of the Ardenwild forest, where the sun's rays barely penetrated the thick canopy, there lay the remnants of an expedition long forgotten. The forest was a place of legend, where whispers of ancient spirits, lights moving among the trees kept even the bravest explorers at bay. Yet, that didn't stop Professor Theodore Grayson and his team from venturing into its shadowy depths a decade ago, never to return. Margaret Maggie Hill, a historian with an insatiable curiosity and a penchant for the mysterious, stood at the edge of the dense woods. She clutched an old, leather-bound journal, Grayson's journal, that had been discovered only weeks ago in a forgotten attic, its pages smudged with waste, hurried notes and cryptic sketches. The last entry read, "The echoes, they are not of the wind. They speak, they watch, and they are waiting, determined to uncover the truth." Maggie took her first step into the forest. The air grew cooler almost immediately, thick with the scent of damp moss and rotting leaves. The only sounds were the faint rustling of branches and the distant cawing of a crow. Each step seemed to carry her deeper into a world that resisted time itself. Vines snaked up ancient oaks, and wildflowers in unnatural shades of violet and blue peeked through the underbrush, their petals glowing faintly in the twilight. Hours passed, marked by the fading light and the increasingly erratic entries in the journal. Maggie paused to study one of the drawings. A crude sketch of a stone monolith carved with symbols that seemed to shift as she stared at them. A chill ran down her spine when she realized the monolith was just a few steps away. Half buried in the moss approaching it, she traced one of the carvings with her fingertips. The stone was cold, almost unnaturally so, and hummed with an energy that made her bones ache. Suddenly, a low, melodic hum, rose from the forest, building in intensity until it resonated through her chest. Maggie's breath caught in her throat as the ground beneath her trembled. Out of the silence came a voice, deep and layered, as though a chorus of spirits spoke as one. "You see the echoes, but do you understand what they truly are?" Before she could react, the forest around her shifted, the trees bending as if bowing to some unseen force. Shadows coalesced, forming shapes that moved and swayed like figures in a dance. One shadow broke away, stepping forward with eyes that glowed a soft blue, its form more human than spirit. Maggie's instinct screamed at her to run, but her feet were rooted in place. The figure extended a hand, its gaze unwavering. "Come, historian, it is time to learn the truth." Maggie's breath caught in her throat as she took in the sight before her. The colossal stone structure was more imposing than anything she could have imagined. The symbols carved into its surface glowed softly, as if recognizing her presence. The air hummed with an energy that seemed both ancient and alive. The shadowy figure moved past her, gliding effortlessly across the moss-covered ground until it reached the base of the structure. It turned back, its glowing eyes meeting hers. "This is the gateway between worlds, where the echoes you seek dwell," it said, "but not all who hear them can bear the truth." Maggie stepped forward, her curiosity outweighing her fear. The journal's last entries described a voice of the forest that would guide those who listened. She reached the base of the monolith, tracing the symbols with her fingers as they pulsed warmly beneath her touch. Suddenly, the ground shifted, and the symbols flared to life. The humming grew into a deep, resonant tone that seemed to come from within the stones themselves. The shadows around them started to coalesce, forming shapes that looked like the lost members of Professor Grayson's expedition. Their eyes glowed with the same spectral light, their faces a mixture of relief and torment. One of the figures stepped forward. Maggie recognized him from the faded photograph in the journal, Professor Grayson himself. His eyes were hollow, yet they held a glimmer of recognition. He spoke. His eyes were hollow, yet they held a glimmer of recognition. His voice layered with echoes that made it sound as if a dozen people spoke in unison. "We sought knowledge, but we did not understand the price," Grayson said. "The forest is alive, and it remembers now. It wants you to choose. The shadowy, and it remembers now. It wants you to choose." The shadowy figure beside Maggie nodded. "You must decide whether to carry the burden of the truth back to the world or stay and join the echoes, guarding this secret forever." Maggie's mind raced. The forest seemed to close in around her, the weight of these decision pressing down like an unseen hand. The glow from the monolith dimmed slightly, as if waiting for her response. With trembling hands, she looked at Grayson, who gave a subtle nod, his expression one of silent encouragement. Maggie took a deep breath and prepared to speak her choice. Maggie's voice caught in her throat as she tried to process the enormity of what was being asked. The glow of the monolith pulsed in time with her racing heart, casting long, shifting shadows that could record her hoping to crave crossing knock. The galaxy to shake. What gave creed seemed to move of their own accord. She glanced at the figures around her, their ghostly forms wavering in the dim light. Each face told a story of curiosity, discovery, and ultimately, loss. Professor Grayson stood at the forefront, his gaze heavy with regret, but also hope. Taking a deep breath, Maggie found her voice. "I need to know the truth," she said, the words sounding braver than she felt. "I'll carry it back with me. The world deserves to know what happened here." Shadowy figure's eyes flared brighter, and the humming of the monolith deepened, resonating through the ground and into Maggie's bones. The spectral figures around her seemed to react, their forms softening, eyes closing as if in relief. Professor Grayson stepped closer, a faint smile playing on his translucent lips. "Then, you must understand," he said, the echo of his voice softer now, almost tender. "The forest is not just a place. It is a keeper of memories, a guardian of memories, a guardian of truths long buried. We were warned, but we did not listen. The echoes are not just voices, they are the soul of the forest itself, a symphony of those who came before and those who will come after." Maggie's fingers gripped the journal tighter. She absorbed his words. The weight of her decision settled on her shoulders, but with it came a strange sense of peace. She would be the one to tell their story, to reveal the mysteries that had drawn so many to their fates. The ground trembled once more, and a beam of light erupted from the top of the monolith, piercing the canopy above and illuminating the dark sky. The shadows around her scattered, dissolving into the mist, and the spectral figures began to fade. Grayson lingered a moment longer, his eyes meeting Maggie's one final time. "Tell them," he whispered, "that the forest speaks only to those who listen." With that, his form dissipated, leaving behind a silence that felt profound and sacred. The glow of the antiquary, a glow of the monolith dimmed, the energy that had surrounded it dissipating into the cool air. Maggie stood alone. The weight of the journal and the knowledge it contained, now hers alone to bear. The first rays of dawn began to filter through the trees, casting the forest in shades of gold and soft green. The ancient oppressive aura had lifted, replaced by an almost serene stillness. Maggie took a step back, her legs weak but steady enough to carry her. As she turned to leave, the path ahead of her seemed clearer, as if the forest itself was guiding her out. She walked through the dense underbrush, the sounds of the waking forest following her. Birds began to sing, their melodies light and carefree, a stark contrast to the eerie echoes that had haunted her before. The trees, now illuminated by the morning light, looked less menacing and more like silent sentinels watching her journey. As Maggie emerged from the forest, she felt the weight of the journal in her hands, heavier now with the knowledge it carried. She glanced back one last time, half expecting to see the spectral figures watching her departure, but the forest was quiet, peaceful, and it felt as if it had returned to its eternal slumber. Maggie knew that when she spoke of what she'd seen, many would doubt her. They would call it folklore, the ramblings of a historian desperate for discovery. But the echoes of the forest, the voices of those who had come before, would remain with her. And as she walked back toward the distant outline of the town, the sun rising behind her, she whispered Grayson's final words into the breeze. "The forest speaks only to those who listen." Maggie's steps slowed as she approached the town's edge, the journal still clutched tightly to her chest. The early morning sun bathed the cobblestone streets in a warm, golden glow, casting long shadows that seemed to whisper the secrets she now carried. Her mind raced with thoughts of how to tell her story, how to share what she had seen and what she had learned without being dismissed as a dreamer or a madwoman. The small town of Alder's Hollow was just beginning to wake. Shopkeepers lifted their shutters, and the faint scent of fresh bread had wafted through the air from the bakery on the corner. A few townsfolk nodded in her direction, their faces lined with curiosity and vague recognition. They knew she had gone into the Ardenwild, and they could see in her weary eyes that she had found something, whether answers or more questions. They could not tell. Maggie made her way to the library. a grand old building with ivy creeping up its stone facade. It was here that she planned to document everything, to pour the truth into pages that might one day be read by those brave enough to believe. She pushed open the heavy wooden doors and was met by the familiar scent of aged paper and dust. The room was quiet, save for the soft creak of floorboards as she walked to her usual table near the window. The journal sat before her, its leather cover worn and marked with Grayson's hurried scrawls. She opened it slowly, flipping through the pages filled with sketches of the forest, maps of their ill-fated journey, and notes written in a hand that grew shakier with each entry near the end. There was a page with a single line: "The echoes will show the way, but only if you have the courage to listen." Maggie took out her own notebook, the blank pages beckoning. Her pen hovered over the paper as she struggled to find the words. How could she capture the way the forest breathed, how the shadows seemed alive, and how the echoes of those long gone had spoken to her in voices that resonated deep in her soul? She closed her eyes for a moment, letting the memory of Grayson's final gaze wash over her. It was then that she heard it again, the faintest of whispers, like a sigh carried on the wind. Tell them. She began to write, her hand moving across the page in a fevered rush. She described the first steps into the Ardenwild, the way the light changed, and the air grew colder. She wrote of the monolith, of Grayson's spectral form, and of the truth he had shared. The words poured out, filling page after page, each detail vivid and raw. The library, the town, the rest of the world seemed to fade away as she recounted her journey. Hours passed unnoticed until the sound of a clearing throat startled her. Maggie looked up to see the librarian, an elderly woman with sharp eyes and a knowing smile. "You found something out there, didn't you?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Maggie nodded, the weight of what she had learned still pressing down on her. "More than I could have imagined." The librarian's smile faltered, and she leaned in close. "You're not the first to return with stories of the forest," she said, her eyes flicking to the journal on the table, "but you may be the first to truly understand it." Maggie's heart skipped a beat. "What do you mean?" The librarian glanced around to make sure they were alone, then lowered her voice further. "The Ardenwild has always spoken. To some more than others. Those who listen carefully enough are chosen, and with that comes a responsibility to guard its secrets and share its warnings." Maggie sat back in her chair, the weight of the journal suddenly feeling heavier than ever. The echoes, she realized, were not just memories of the past. They were messages meant to guide and protect, meant to be heard and heeded by those who dared to listen. As the sun dipped below the horizon and cast the library in shadows, Maggie knew her work was only beginning. The librarian's revelation weighed heavily on Maggie as she sat in the dimming light of the library. The golden hues of the afternoon had deepened into deep orange and purple, casting the room in a warm, almost dreamlike glow. Maggie turned her gaze back to the journal, the words she had just written blending in her mind with her mindfully. Grayson's final plea and the librarian's cryptic warning. She realized she couldn't do this alone. The secrets of the Ardenwild were too vast, too powerful for just one voice. She closed the journal and stood, her chair scraping softly against the wooden floor. The librarian watched her with a mixture of curiosity and caution, as if she knew what Maggie was about to say. "Who else has heard the forest?" Maggie asked, her voice steady but quiet. The librarian's eyes narrowed slightly, and she nodded toward a section of the library rarely visited, an alcove filled with records and personal accounts, stories that people had dismissed as folklore or madness. "There are accounts," she said, "of those who claimed to have spoken with the forest. Most were ridiculed, called madmen. But some left their stories behind." Maggie approached the alcove, running her fingers over the spines, over the spines, over the spines, old tomes and forgotten manuscripts. The titles were worn, the gold lettering faded, but each whispered of encounters that mirrored her own. The voice in the pines, whispers of the wild, echoes and shadows. She pulled one from the shelf, the cover cracking as she opened it. The pages were filled with the hurried script of someone desperate to document their truth before it slipped away. It spoke to me, the account read, not in words, but in feelings, in memories that weren't mine. The forest knows things, remembers things, and when it chooses you, there is no turning back. A chill ran down her spine. These were not just tales. They were warnings, threads in a larger tapestry that connected everyone who had ever stepped into the Ardenweld. The realization that she was part of something much greater, something that had been unfolding for generations, made her head spin. Maggie? The librarian's voice pulled her back to the present. She turned to see the older woman holding a small, wrapped bundle. I think you should have. Maggie took the bundle, unwrapping the faded cloth to reveal a delicate wooden carving of a tree with roots that twisted into the shape of a human heart. The craftsmanship was exquisite, and she could feel a subtle warmth emanating from it. What is this? She whispered. It belonged to one of the first to return from the forest with their mind intact, the librarian said. They claimed it was a gift from the forest itself. A token to remind them that the Ardenwild isn't just a place, it's alive, and it chooses who it lets in and out. Maggie's fingers traced the carving, feeling the smooth surface warm to her touch. For a moment she could almost hear the faint hum of the monolith again, the echoes that had spoken to her in Thetgas in Tuangalith again. The echoes that had spoken to her in the clearing. This token was more than just a relic. It was a connection, a bridge between the forest and those who listened. She glanced out the window as twilight fell over Alder's Hollow, the sky deepening into blue velvet speckled with the first stars. The forest loomed in the distance, a dark mass that seemed to watch and wait. The memory of Grayson's voice echoed in her mind, and she understood now what he had meant. The forest would always call, and it would always need someone to hear it, to tell its story, to share its warnings. Turning to the librarian, Maggie's eyes were resolute. I'm going back, she said, but not just to tell the story. I need to understand what the forest is trying to protect. The librarian's expression softened, and she nodded. Then be careful, Maggie. The forest gives, but it also takes. Maggie left the library with the journal, her notes, and the small wooden carving tucked safely under her arm as she walked through the quiet streets. The chill of the coming night bit at her skin, but the warmth of the carving pulsed against her chest, steady and comforting. The journey was far from over. If anything, it was only just beginning. Maggie's determination carried her through the town and back to the edge of the Ardenwild as night fell. The forest loomed before her, its dark silhouette stretching into the star-speckled sky. The air was cooler now, biting at her skin, but the warmth of the carved token pressed against her chest gave her courage. She glanced down at the journal and the carving, the echoes of Grayson's final words echoing in her mind. The forest speaks only to those who listen. Stepping into the shadowed woods, Maggie felt Anne at woods. Maggie felt Anne. Immediate shift. The air thickened, and the subtle rustle of leaves turned into the whisper of voices, the forest's awareness sweeping over her like a wave. She pressed on, weaving through tangled roots and ducking under low branches, every sense heightened. The path that had led her to the monolith before seemed to shift, redirecting her deeper into the forest, as if the Ardenwild itself was guiding her. After what felt like hours, Maggie arrived at a clearing illuminated by the soft, silvery glow of moonlight. At the center stood another monolith, taller and more imposing than the first. Its surface was etched with symbols she didn't recognize, and as she approached, they pulsed faintly, as though greeting her. The whispers grew louder, forming a chorus that resonated deep within her chest. From the edge of the clearing, figures began to materialize. Stepping forward in silence, they were not as spectral as before. They looked almost solid, their features illuminated by the moon. Professor Grayson stood among them, his eyes no longer hollow but filled with a deep, knowing light. "Why did you come back?" he asked, his voice steady, without the layered echoes that had haunted it before. Maggie took a step closer, holding the carving to her chest, the ghostly figures around him mirroring his movements as if bound by the same unseen force. "You seek the truth beyond the echoes. Few have dared, and fewer still have returned with their sanity intact." The monolith pulsed, brighter now, casting long, shifting shadows across the clearing. The figures around her stood silently, their eyes fixed on Maggie, as if waiting for her to take the next step. The whispers grew clearer, words forming out of the noise, each syllable cutting through the night air like a blade. The forest guards the gateway, and the gateway guards the past. Maggie's heart pounded as the weight of those words settled over her. A gateway not just between worlds, but between time itself. She looked at Grayson, realization dawning in her eyes. The past isn't just forgotten. It's here, hidden in the forest. That's what it's protecting. A faint smile touched Grayson's lips, a glimmer of pride shining in his spectral gaze. Yes, the Arden Wild holds the memories of what was and what should never be again. And now you hold the key to that truth. The ground trembled as the monolith's light flared, brighter than before. The carvings on the wooden token Maggie's hand glowed in response, a warmth spreading through her that felt like a heartbeat connecting her to the forest itself. The whispers hushed, replaced by a deep, resonant silence. "Take this knowledge back," Grayson said, stepping closer until his form flickered just inches from her. "Tell the world that the forest's secrets must be guarded, for if they are not, the past will rise, and the echoes will no longer be voices, but shadows that consume." With that, the light surged, enveloping Maggie in a blinding glow. The clearing, the monolith, and the spectral figures dissolved around her, and she felt the ground shift as if the forest itself were pushing her out. When the light faded, she found herself pushing her out, standing at the edge of the woods, the town of Alder's Hollow glimmering in the distance. The forest was silent, the whispers gone, but their warning lingered in her mind, more vivid than ever. Maggie took a deep breath, feeling the weight of the carving and the journal against her chest. She knew what she had to do. The world needed to hear the forest's truth, to understand that some echoes are meant to be heeded, not forgotten. And with the first light of dawn breaking on the horizon, she began the journey back to Alder's Hollow, ready to tell the story that would change everything. Maggie's return to Alder's Hollow was marked by a sense of urgency that thrummed through her veins. The forest's secrets weighed on her, and the responsibility to share its warnings pressed heavily against her chest. The journal, now more than a collection of old notes, felt like a living testament to the truths that had been kept hidden for generations, and the wooden carving, warm, pulsing with a subtle energy, reminded her that the forest was not done with her yet. As she entered the town, the first rays of sunlight bathed the cobblestones in golden light, casting long shadows that stretched across the quiet streets. The town was just beginning to stir, with shopkeepers opening their shutters and the scent of fresh bread wafting through the air. But Maggie had no time for the familiar comforts of the morning routine. She made her way to the town hall, where the historical society met. It was there she would find those who might believe her, those who understood that the past was more than just stories told by candlelight. Pushing open the heavy doors, she was met with the soft murmur of voices and the rustle of papers. A few heads turned, eyes widening as they saw her, disheveled and breathless, clutching the journal and the mysterious carving. Mr. Alistair Finch, the head of the society and a respected historian, stepped forward. His brow furrowed in concern. "Maggie, what on earth?" "I need to speak," she interrupted, her voice steady but urgent. "It's about the forest. It's about Professor Grayson's expedition and what they found out there." A hush fell over the room. The story of Grayson's ill-fated journey was well known, a mystery that had fascinated and terrified the town for a decade. Maggie glanced around at the expectant faces, some filled with doubt, others with the flicker of hope that she might finally have answers. She placed the journal on the large oak table in the center of the room, opening it to the final entries. Grayson and his team weren't just exploring. They were searching for something hidden, something that holds the memory of everything the forest has ever seen. The Ardenwild is alive, and it's guarding a gateway to the past. Murmurs of disbelief rippled through the group, but Maggie raised her hand, silencing them. "I saw him," she continued. Grayson himself. He told me that the forest holds these echoes to protect us, to keep the past from consuming the present." Alistair's eyes narrowed as he leaned forward. "And you expect us to believe that the forest speaks and guards some mystical gateway?" Before Maggie could respond, the wooden carving on the table began to glow softly. Gasps filled the room as a warm, golden light spread from the carving, casting intricate patterns on the walls. The air thickened, a familiar hum resonating through the room, the same hum Maggie had felt in the clearing. A voice, deep and resonant, filled the space. It was Grayson's, but it echoed as if coming from within the carving itself. "The forest remembers. Heed its warnings, for when heed its warnings, past wakes. It does not come gently." Silence fell, and the glow from the carving faded, leaving the room in stunned stillness. Alistair's face was pale, his disbelief replaced by awe. Others looked between Maggie and the carving. Their ears looked between Maggie and the carving, expressions a mix of fear and curiosity. Maggie took a deep breath. "The forest is not just a mystery to be solved. It's a guardian, and we have to protect it as much as it protects us." Alistair nodded slowly, the weight of realization settling into his features. "Then we have work to do." As the sun climbed higher in the sky, casting its light over Alder's Hollow, Maggie knew that the story she was about to tell would change everything. The echoes of the past were no longer just whispers in the woods. They were a call to action, a reminder that some truths must be faced, no matter how deep they are buried. And as the town began to come alive with the news, Maggie felt the weight of the forest's gaze upon her, watching, waiting, and trusting her to carry its story forward. The days that followed were a whirlwind of activity in Alder's Hollow. The story of Maggie's journey into the Ardenwild spread quickly, sparking both wonder and fear among townspeople. The journal, now a centerpiece in the Historical Society, was studied and pored over by scholars, skeptics, and believers alike. The wooden carving sat nearby, its presence a silent reminder of the forest's warning. Maggie found people, herself caught between excitement and dread. She knew that spreading the story was only the beginning. The forest had chosen her, not just to share its secrets, but to protect them. And as more people came to the town to hear her speak, the weight of that responsibility grew heavier. One evening, as twilight painted the sky with deep blues and purples, Maggie stood by her window. looking out at the dark outline of the Ardenwild. The forest seemed different, now less menacing, but still tensed, watchful. A knock at her door pulled her from her thoughts. It was Alistair, his face lined with concern. "We have a visitor," he said. "Someone who claims to know more about what you saw." Maggie's brow furrowed as she followed him to the fair town hall, where a small crowd had gathered. At the center stood an elderly woman wrapped in a shawl, her eyes sharp and glistening with the kind of knowledge that came from a life lived in the shadows of secrets. "I am Edda," the woman said, her voice strong despite her age. "I am one of the last of the forest guardians, those who were entrusted with its truth before the echoes began to fade," the crowd murmured, and Maggie's pulse quickened. She stepped forward, her gaze locked on Edda's. "You know what the forest is protecting, don't you?" Edda nodded slowly, her eyes narrowing. "The gateway holds more than just memories of the past. It holds the power to bring those memories back to life. The forest guards against those who would use that power for their own gain, and it punishes those who seek to open the gateway without understanding the cost." The room fell silent, the weight of her words pressing down on everyone. Maggie's mind raced back to the journal and the figures she'd seen, the warnings, the voices that spoke of protection and peril. Edda's gaze softened as she turned to Maggie. "You were chosen because you listened. But now you must guard the truth. There will be others who come, seeking what lies beyond that gateway. And when they do, they will not come with respect or caution." Alistair's voice cut through the tension. "Then what can we do? How do we protect the town and the forest?" Edda's expression grew stern. "You must form a circle of guardians, those who will watch over the Ardenwild and ensure that its secrets remain safe. The carving is a beacon, a symbol of trust. As long as it remains intact, the forest will know as it remains intact. The forest will know you are its ally." Maggie felt the weight of Edda's words settle over her. The responsibility was more than she had ever imagined, but the memory of Grayson's eyes, the forest's whispers, and the echoes of the past all urged her forward. "I will do it," she said, her voice steady. "I'll help form the guardians, and will protect the forest and its secrets." Edda nodded, a flicker of approval in her gaze. "Good, but remember, the forest is patient, and so are those who wish to break its hold. You must be vigilant." As the crowd dispersed, Maggie stayed behind, tracing her fingers over the carving's intricate lines. The room was quiet, but she could feel the hum of the forest, as if it were listening, watching, and waiting for what was to come. The night deepened, and the first stars appeared in the sky, casting a gentle light over Alder's Hollow. Maggie knew that the days ahead would be difficult, that the forest's secrets would draw both allies and enemies, but she also knew that she was ready to face whatever came, with the echoes of the past guiding her and the guardians of the forest standing by her side. As the days turned into weeks, the formation of the guardians began to take shape. Maggie worked tirelessly, gathering those who believed in the forest's power and the warnings it carried. Alistair was among the first to join, his initial skepticism replaced by a deep sense of duty. The wooden carving, now known as the heart of the Ardenwild, sat protected in a glass case within the town hall, a symbol of their commitment to safeguarding the forest's secrets. Edda proved invaluable. Her knowledge of old rites and ancient protections guided the group, teaching them how to read the forest's subtle signs and recognize the echoes that whispered of coming danger. The guardians met by the light of the moon, learning chants and rituals that had not been spoken aloud for generations. They trained to be vigilant, listening for the slightest change in the forest's hum, the smallest shift in the echoes that carried through the trees. One night, as the group gathered at the edge of the forest for a watch, the air felt different, charged with an energy that prickled Maggie's skin. The leaves rustled, though there was no breeze, and a low, throaty hum vibrated through the ground. Edda's eyes narrowed, and she raised a hand, signaling for silence. The guardians stood still, hearts pounding in unison. A figure emerged from the forest's depths, cloaked and silent. Maggie felt her throat tighten as the figure stepped into the moonlight. It was a man, tall and gaunt, with eyes as dark as the night sky. He wore a pendant around his neck, a silver symbol that shimmered faintly, a crescent entwined with vines. Maggie recognized it from the journal, a symbol drawn hastily in the margins with the note: "Beware those who bear this mark. I am Elias, emissary of the Echo Circle," the man said, his voice smooth and laced with an unspoken threat. "We have watched from afar, and now we come to reclaim what is rightfully ours." Alistair stepped forward, his jaw clenched. "The forest's secrets are not yours to take. They are meant to be protected." Elias's lips curled into a thin smile. "You misunderstand. We do not seek to take the secrets. We seek to awaken them." Maggie's heart dropped. She glanced at Etta, who stood rigid, her face pale but resolute. "The echoes warned of this," she whispered to Maggie. "They seek the gateway, to unlock what lies within and bend it to their will." The guardians exchanged anxious glances, their determination solidifying despite the chill of fear that crept through them. Maggie stepped forward, lifting her chin. "The forest chose us to protect it. We won't let you open the gateway." Elias's smile faltered, and his eyes darkened. "The forest is old, but even it has forgotten who first is old. But even it has forgotten who first walked among its trees. We are not strangers here, and you will soon learn that the echoes speak to more than just you." Without warning, the air split with a sharp, resonant crack, and shadows writhed around Elias, forming figures that glistened with dark energy. The guardians stood their ground, Etta's voice cutting through the din as she began a chant, ancient and powerful. The carvings on the heart of the Ardenwild glowed faintly from within the town hall, responding to her voice. The forest came alive, its branches creaking as if in warning, the ground beneath their feet vibrating with a deep, resonant hum. The spectral figures around Elias wavered, their forms flickering in the moonlight as the forest's powers pushed back. But Elias's eyes burned with determination, and he raised a hand, commanding the shadows to press forward. Maggie felt the warmth of the carving pulse through her chest as she joined Etta's chant. Her voice strong and sure, guardians echoed the chant, their voices blending into a unified chorus. The night air thickened, charged with the forest's ancient energy as the battle between protection and power began in earnest. The echoes roared in her ears, not just warnings now, but cries of defiance, urging her and the guardians onward. The chanting reached a fevered pitch as the guardians stood shoulder to shoulder, their voices rising above haunting echoes of the forest. The night seemed to pulsate with energy, the trees around them bending and swaying as though caught in a storm. Elias's shadowy figures advanced, their dark forms flickering and twisting, but the power emanating from the heart of the Ardenweld pushed them back, forcing them to retreat step by reluctant step. Maggie felt the warmth of the carving in her pocket radiate through her body, infusing her with a strength she hadn't known she possessed. She glanced at Etta, who stood at the center of their circle, eyes in Chibate, now then Parnam, and stood dear and bare. Mouth closed and lips moving rapidly as she whispered the ancient incantations. The old woman's voice was steady, unyielding, even as the ground trembled beneath them. Elias's eyes narrowed, and he raised both arms, the pendant at his chest glowing with a cold, silvery light. The shadows around him thickened, taking on more defined forms, figures that looked almost human, with hollow, empty eyes. Their presence sent a chill down Maggie's spine, but she forced herself to focus, her voice joining the guardians in a steady chant that pushed against the encroaching darkness. Suddenly, the glow from the heart of the Ardenwild flared, casting a brilliant golden light across the clearing. The shadows recoiled, their forms wavering as shadows, if caught in an invisible current. Elias's expression shifted from confidence to something darker fear. "You think this will stop us?" he spat, his voice sharp and desperate. "The echoes are older than your chance, older than this forest. They will break free, and when they do, the past will devour the present." Maggie stepped forward, feeling the weight of her responsibility settle fully on her shoulders. "The past is meant to be remembered, not unleashed," she said, her voice clear and strong. "The forest chose us, and we will protect it." Elias's eyes flashed with rage, and he surged forward, the pendant on his chest burning brighter. The shadows surged with him, and for a moment it seemed as though the darkness would overwhelm them. But then a new sound rose above the chaos, a deep, resonant hum that came not from the forest, but from within the guardians themselves. The energy of the heart of the Ardenwild had reached them, binding them to the forest's ancient will. Edda opened her eyes, and for a moment they shone with the same golden light as the carving. "Now!" she shouted, raising her hands toward the sky. The guardians lifted their arms in unison, their chant reaching a crescendo. The golden light from the heart of the Ardenwild exploded outward, a wave of warmth and power that swept across the clearing. The shadows screamed as they were torn apart, their forms disintegrating into wisps of smoke that vanished into the night. Elias staggered back, the glow of his pendant sputtering and fading. He fell to his knees, eyes wide with disbelief as the last of the shadows evaporated around him. The clearing fell silent, the only sound the soft rustle of leaves and the distant call of an owl. Maggie approached him cautiously, the carving still warm in her hand. "It's over," she said, her voice steady but laced with exhaustion. "The forest's echoes are safe." Elias looked up at her, his face pale and haunted. "You don't understand," he whispered. "This is only the beginning. The past will come for all of us." Before Maggie could respond, a sudden wind swept through the clearing, carrying with it the faintest whisper of the forest's echoes. Elias's form shimmered, and with a final hollow look he vanished, leaving nothing but the cold silvery pendant lying in the grass. Maggie picked it up, feeling the chill of its touch seep into her skin. The guardians gathered around her, their faces a mixture of relief and lingering fear. Edda placed a hand on her shoulder, the golden glow in her eyes fading back to a deep, knowing gaze. "The forest's story is long, Maggie," Edda said softly, "and we are now its keepers." As the first light of dawn crept over the horizon, painting the clearing in hues of gold and pink, Maggie knew that this was not the end but a new chapter. The forest had chosen them, trusted them, and it was up to the guardians to ensure that trust was never broken. The echoes of the past would always whisper, but now they had protectors who would listen. The morning air was crisp as the golden light of dawn filtered through the trees, casting long, dappled shadows across the clearing. Maggie looked down at the cold, silvery pendant in her hand, its weight a stark reminder of Elias's final words. "The past will come for all of us." The message echoed in her mind, its warning heavy with foreboding. Edda stepped forward, eyes tired but resolute. "We must hide this," she said, nodding toward the pendant. "If the echo circle seeks to awaken the power within the forest, This relic cannot fall into their hands. Maggie nodded, slipping the pendant into her pocket. Where should we keep it? The town hall? The heart of the Ardenwild? Etta shook her head, a faint smile touching her lips. No, child. This must be hidden where even the whispers cannot find it. She turned to the guardians who surrounded them, their faces still pale from the battle. We must journey deeper into the forest, to the place where even echoes dare not go. A murmur rippled through the group. Alistair stepped forward, his brow furrowed. You mean the Hollow Glen? His voice was low, almost reverent. The name alone carried stories of those who had entered and never returned. Yes, Etta said, her tone final. The forest guards its secrets well, but there are places where its power runs deepest. If we are to keep this pendant safe, it must be placed there. The guardians exchanged uneasy glances, but one by one, they nodded their agreement. Maggie felt a shiver run down her spine. The Hollow Glen was a place spoken of in hushed tones, a place said to be alive with the forest's oldest and most powerful spirits. But she also knew that the forest had chosen her, and it was her duty to see this through. They set out as the first rays of sunlight broke through the dense canopy, illuminating their path in shafts of gold. The deeper they ventured into the Ardenwild, the quieter it became. The usual rustle of leaves and chirping of birds faded into an eerie silence. The air grew colder, and a fine mist coiled around their ankles, clinging to them like a living thing. Etta led the way, her staff tapping lightly against the ground as they walked. The guardians followed in single file, their expressions a mix of determination and trepidation. Maggie kept her hand on the pendant in her pocket, its chill biting through the fabric. The trees grew older as they moved deeper, their gnarled branches twisted into strange shapes that seemed to reach out as they passed. The ground beneath them softened, sinking slightly with each step as if the earth itself were watching, waiting. At last, they came to a clearing unlike any they had seen before. The air here was thick, almost tangible, and the light struggled to penetrate the canopy above. Center stood a stone altar, covered in moss and carved with the same shifting symbols that adorned the monoliths. The whispers returned, faint and distant, as if the forest itself were holding its breath. Etta turned to Maggie, her eyes filled with a mix of pride and warning. This is where it must stay, she said, gesturing to the altar. Place the pendant here, and let the forest guard it. Maggie stepped forward, her heart pounding. She withdrew the pendant from her pocket. Its cold surface gleaming faintly even in the dim light as she laid it on the altar. The ground beneath them shivered, and a low, melodic hum rose from the stones. The mist thickened, swirling around the pendant as if binding it to the earth. A sudden gust of wind rustled through the clearing, carrying with it a voice deep, resonant, and filled with the weight of ages. Guardians, your task is just beginning. The forest remembers, and so must you. The hum faded, and the clearing fell silent once more. Maggie stepped back, her pulse racing as she felt the forest's presence wrap around them. Etta's eyes glistened as she placed a hand on Maggie's shoulder. You have done well, she whispered, but the forest story is long, and there will always be those who seek to change it. Maggie nodded, understanding now that their role as guardians was not just to protect but to remember, to pass down the story so that future generations would know what lay hidden in Idialand. The Ardenwild as they turned to make their way back to Alder's Hollow. The whispers of the forest followed them, a gentle reminder that while they had succeeded today, the echoes of the past would always be there, waiting to be heard. Journey home was quiet. the forest no longer menacing but watchful, as if acknowledging their resolve. Maggie knew that this was only the beginning of their vigil, and she was ready to face whatever came next, with the echoes as her guide, and the guardians by her side. The walk back to Alder's Hollow was steeped in a heavy silence, but it was a silence that felt different now, more protective than foreboding. The guardians moved with a shared understanding that their mission had only said in that very trait in that their entry. Reafters, let's start for your wild what coats are that shared the door just begun. The air was cool, laden with the damp scent of earth and moss, and the forest's whispers seemed to ebb and flow like a distant tide, following their journey but never intruding. As the town's familiar silhouette emerged through the thinning trees, Maggie felt a mixture of relief and anticipation. The pendant was safely hidden, and for now, the echo circle had been driven back. But Elias's final words still echoed in her mind. The pass will come for all of us. The guardians gathered in the town square, their faces pale but determined. A crowd of townsfolk had gathered, their expressions a mixture of curiosity and fear. News of the night's events had spread, and whispers of spectral figures and ancient chants passed between them like wildfire. Alistair stepped forward, raising his hand to quiet the murmurs. "The forest has spoken," he began, his voice deep and clear, "and we have answered its call, but this is not just the Guardian's duty. It is a responsibility we all share. The Ardenwild protects us, and now we must protect it." A murmur of agreement rippled through the crowd. Maggie stepped up beside Alistair, her gaze sweeping over the faces that looked to her for guidance. "What we faced last night was only the beginning. There are forces that seek to awaken the past, to use the forest's power for their own ends. We must stand together, not just as guardians, but as a community that remembers and respects the echoes of those who came before." Edda emerged from the edge of the square, leaning on her staff but holding her head high. "The forest has chosen its allies," she said, her voice carrying a weight that silenced even the faintest whisper. "But remember, it is vigilant. It listens. If we forget what it holds, it will remind us, and not always gently." The townsfolk exchanged uneasy glances, but Maggie saw resolve in their eyes. They understood now that Alder's Hollow was more than a quaint town on the edge of an old forest. It was a sentinel, a guardian of secrets older than memory itself. As the sun set, casting the town in hues of red and gold, Maggie felt a hand on her shoulder. She turned to see Edda, her eyes filled with an emotion Maggie couldn't quite place, something between pride and sorrow. "You will lead them well," Edda said softly. "But the forest's song is long, and you must be ready for what it will sing next." Maggie nodded, the weight of Edda's song, words settling over her like a mantle. The night would come, and with it, more whispers, more tests of their resolve. But for now, she was surrounded by those who believed, those who would stand by her when the echoes rose again. That night, as the first stars pierced the velvet sky, Maggie stood at the edge of the forest, listening. The whispers were soft, almost gentle, as if the forest itself was breathing in relief. The heart of the Ardenwild was hidden, and the guardians were hidden, ready. But she knew the battle against the Echo Circle, and whatever ancient power they sought to unleash was far from over. The past was still there, waiting, watching, and biding its time. And Maggie, with the guardians by her side and the strength of the forest in her heart, was ready for whatever came next. The following weeks were marked by a tense quiet that settled over Alder's Hollow. The townspeople fell into a routine that belied the undercurrent of anticipation, thrumming beneath their daily lives. The guardians trained in secret, gathering in the moonlit woods to strengthen their connection with the forest and learn the ancient rites. Ada imparted to them. The chants and incantations became second nature. The whispers of the Ardenwild guiding them, reinforcing their resolve. Maggie spent hours in the town hall, combing through the journal, notes, and other writings left behind by past explorers. Each page brought more clarity and more questions. Who had built the monoliths? What force truly lay behind the echoes? And why did Elias and the Echo Circle believe they had the right to control it? One evening, as twilight draped the town in deep purples and the first stars began to appear, a knock sounded at Maggie's door. She opened it to find Alistair, his expression grim. "There's news," he said. Stepping inside without preamble, one of our scouts spotted movement at the edge of the forest, strangers bearing the mark Elias wore. Maggie's stomach clenched. The Echo Circle was making its move. "How many?" she asked, voice low but steady. "3, but more could be nearby," Alistair said. "We've doubled the watch, and Eda's already preparing a new protection rite." Maggie nodded, feeling the familiar pulse of adrenaline course through her. "Woo! Need to keep them away from the hollow glen. If they find the pendant..." Alistair's eyes darkened. "We won't let that happen." The Guardians gathered at the edge of the forest as the moon rose, casting pale light over their determined faces. Eda stood at the center, her staff glowing faintly as she traced symbols into the air. "Tonight, we reinforce the bond between the town and the forest," she said, her voice carrying the authority of someone who had seen many battles come and go. "Whatever comes, we stand together." The chant began, a low hum that resonated through the ground and seeped into the trees. Maggie felt the power of the forest awaken around them, an unseen force wrapping them in its ancient embrace. The whispers grew louder, more urgent, and for a moment she thought she could hear words within them. "They are here." Suddenly, a sharp crack rang out from the woods, and shadows moved at the edge of the clearing. The Guardian's chant faltered as figures emerged from the darkness, cloaked and masked, their eyes reflecting the cold gleam of moonlight. The leader stepped forward, and Maggie's heart sank when she recognized the crescent and vine symbol that glimmered on his chest. "Guardians of Alder's Hollow," the figure said, his voice deep and commanding. "The Echo Circle does not come to destroy, but to reclaim what was once ours. Relinquish the heart of the Ardenwild, and no harm will come to you." Forward, her voice unwavering. "The heart isn't yours to claim. The forest has spoken, and it chose us to protect it." The leader's eyes narrowed, and he lifted a hand. The other members of the Echo Circle shifted, their cloaks rustling as they prepared for whatever command would come next. "Then you have chosen defiance. So be it." Before he could act, the ground beneath them trembled, and a deep, resonant hum filled the air. The forest itself seemed to respond. Branches creaking and roots shifting as if alive. Eda's chant rose again, stronger this time, joined by the Guardians as they stood firm. The clearing pulsed with energy, the golden light of the heart flaring in response to their voices. The Echo Circle moved as one, shadows curling around their feet and creeping forward like tendrils. Maggie raised her hands, feeling the heat of the carving in her pocket ignite with power. She spoke the incantation Eda had taught her, words that resonated in her bones and carried on the wind. The clearing exploded with light as the forest surged to life. Branches lashed out, roots writhed, and the air crackled with the force of the Guardians' combined power. The Echo Circle faltered, their leader's expression shifting from confidence to shock as the forest pushed back, defending itself with a ferocity none of them had expected. Maggie felt the strength of the forest flow through her, a current of ancient energy that bound her to the land, to the echoes, to the very heart of the Ardenwild. The figures retreated, shadows dissipating, as their hold was broken. The leader met her gaze one last time, eyes filled with rage and an unspoken promise of return, before vanishing into the dark. The clearing fell silent, the whispers receding like a sigh. The guardians stood together, breaths heavy, but victorious. Etta lowered her staff, a proud gleam in her eyes. "It is not over," she said, her voice soft but certain. "But tonight, the forest remembers that it is not alone." Maggie looked out over the trees, the pendant's weight in her pocket, a reminder of what they had defended and what they still had to protect. The battle had been won, but the war for the echoes of the past was just beginning. And as long as the guardians stood watch, the forest would have a voice and a shield. As the moonlight bathed the clearing in silvery calm, Maggie knew they were ready for whatever came next. Days turned into weeks, and the sense of vigilance never left Maggie or the guardians. Though the echo circle had been repelled, the whispers of the forest carried subtle warnings that reminded her that their victory was only temporary. The guardians continued their watch, patrolling the forest's edge and performing rites to strengthen their bond with the Ardenwild. Each night, they gathered in a circle, chanting the ancient words that connected them to the forest's heart. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky with shades of deep red and gold, Maggie stood at the forest's edge, listening. The whispers were quieter now, more like a distant song than a warning. Etta approached her, the weight of age showing in her gait but not in her eyes, which still gleamed with determination. "It has been peaceful," Etta said, her voice steady. "But the forest is never truly silent." "You know this, don't you?" Maggie nodded, her gaze fixed on the darkening woods. "Ah, yes, the forest remembers, and so do we." Etta placed a hand on her shoulder. "You have done well, Maggie. You have led the guardians and protected the heart of the forest. But there will come a time when the echoes will rise again, when the past will try to break through." Maggie took a deep breath, the weight of the pendant pressing against her chest. "I know, but we'll be ready." The night deepened, and the guardians gathered once more, their circle illuminated by the soft glow of lanterns. Alistair, standing beside Maggie, lifted his head and met her eyes. "Tonight, we mark a turning point," he said to the group. "We remember those who came before, and I'll prepare for those who will come after." As the guardians raised their voices in a unified chant, the forest seemed to respond, the trees swaying gently as if acknowledging their resolve. The whispers grew softer, almost peaceful, as if the Ardenwild itself was reassured by their presence. Maggie felt a calm settle over her, a rare moment of peace amidst the storm of responsibilities and fears. She knew that their work was far from over, and that one day the echo circle might return, or another force would seek the forest's power. But for now, the guardians stood strong, bound by their oath and the shared understanding that they were more than protectors. They were the living echoes of those who had come before, chosen to keep the forest's secrets safe. As the moon cast its silver light over Alder's Hollow, and the first stars appeared in the sky, Maggie looked at her fellow guardians and felt a deep sense of belonging. The forest hummed softly, as if in approval, and the night seemed less dark. Whatever challenges lay ahead, they would face them together, with the echoes of the past guiding them, and the heart of the Ardenwild watching over them. The guardian's vigil continued, and so did the whispers, a reminder that while peace was fleeting, their unity was eternal. And as Maggie stood in the circle, surrounded by those who believed in the forest's truth, she knew that they were ready for whatever future the echoes would bring. Welcome to Sleep for Stories. Thank you for joining us on this relaxing and mysterious journey. Let us know in the comments where in the world you're watching from, and what time it is for you. If you enjoy these stories, don't forget to subscribe to the channel, give this video a thumbs up, and turn on notifications so you don't miss any future tales. Wishing you a peaceful listening experience, and a restful sleep. Dr. Marcus Hales stood at the edge of the silent lake, the dense blackroot forest at his back, and a chill creeping up his spine that had nothing to do with the cold. The sun struggled to pierce the thick canopy above, casting fragmented beams of fog, light that danced on the water's surface. The air was thick with moisture and the scent of pine, mingling with something else, something old and unsettling, like damp stone and decaying wood. He glanced at the water, so unnaturally still that it seemed to defy nature itself. It was as if the lake were a polished mirror, reflecting not only the sky, but the secrets it kept hidden beneath. The legend of the Silent Lake was one he had encountered many times in obscure journals and half-told campfire tales, stories of a once thriving village that had disappeared overnight, swallowed by the lake's dark embrace, leaving only the echoes of its people behind. No bodies, no ruins, just whispers that rode the wind and an eerie silence that had kept locals away for generations. Even Marcus's great-grandfather, an intrepid explorer who had chronicled myths from around the world, had avoided this place, leaving behind cryptic notes that spoke of dangers that should not be disturbed. "Are we really doing this?" Nora's voice cut through the quiet, shaky, yet laced with excitement. The investigative journalist had a knack for finding stories that made most people's skin crawl. She clutched her notebook tightly, eyes wide as she scanned the dark water. Elena, the underwater archaeologist whose reputation for bravery was unmatched, shot Nora a grin. "What's the matter, Nora? Finally found a ghost story that scares you?" "Not scared," Nora muttered, more to convince herself. Just cautious. Jacob, the historian with a penchant for ancient riddles, was already flipping through old maps and sketches of the area, brow furrowed as he compared notes. "The village was called Ebon Hollow," he said, almost to himself. It was known for its ritual ceremonies meant to commune with something they believed lived beneath the lake. No one knows what happened the night they vanished, but the stories say they vanished, heard a sound, like a low hum, that resonated through the earth before silence took everything. Alex, the tech expert and diving specialist, was adjusting the oxygen tanks, the metallic clinks and hisses of gear filling the air. He glanced up, a smirk on his face that belied the tension in his eyes. "Well, I guess we're about to meet whatever hummed them into oblivion," he said, half joking, half serious. Marcus' hand tightened around the leather-bound journal, had brought a relic passed down from his great-grandfather. Its weathered pages were filled with sketches of places he had explored, and on one page, a hastily written note read, "Some doors should remain closed," but the explorer's urge in Marcus was stronger than his caution. The Silent Lake had kept its secrets long enough. "We're here to find answers," Marcus said, his voice steady despite the knot in his stomach. Whatever happened to Ebon Hollow, it's time the world knew. The sun was dipping, lower now, casting a deep amber hue over the treetops. The lake's surface shimmered, almost invitingly, yet there was something predatory in the way it seemed to watch them, like a beast lying in wait. Elena moved first, pulling on her diving mask and securing her equipment. She shot Marcus a look that said, "Are you ready for this?" He nodded, slipping into his own gear as Alex followed suit. Jacob and Nora stayed on the shore, setting up monitoring equipment and documenting the moment. The soft hum of generators and the clicking of cameras were the only sounds, making the quiet that followed even more oppressive when they ceased. Elena took the first step into the water, the ripple spreading out and disappearing as if swallowed by the lake itself. The air seemed to thicken as Marcus and Alex joined her, the chill biting through their suits as they waded deeper. Finally, with one last glance at the shore, Marcus nodded, and they submerged. The water closed over their heads, muffling the world above, and plunging them into a realm where light and sound were twisted, filtered through layers of murky, green-tinged water. The descent began, the rhythmic sound of their breathing and the occasional hiss of air from their tanks, the only reminders of life. The world above faded away as Marcus, Elena, and Alex sank deeper into the water's embrace. The first 20 feet were dappled with fractured light, allowing glimpses of the silty lake bed and drifting strands of algae that danced lazily in the current. But as they descended further, the light thinned, replaced by a dim green that grew darker with each pulse of their flashlights. The lake, once inviting and serene from above, now felt vast and unforgiving, as if it were an ancient beast that had swallowed them whole. Marcus kept his breathing steady, the rhythmic sound in his ears a lifeline against the oppressive silence. He glanced at Elena, who was leading the descent, her figure framed by the halo of her headlamp behind them. Alex floated with ease, one hand adjusting the sonar device strapped to his arm. The device emitted a low ping that resonated through the water, mapping their surroundings and searching for anomalies. The pings came back clear at first, just the undulating contours of the lake floor and scattered debris. But as they continued, the readings became erratic, the sonar tracing shapes that defied logic. "Marcus, look at this." Alex's voice crackled through the comms, tinged with both excitement and confusion. The screen on his device pulsed, showing the outline of what appeared to be structures buildings that rose up like jagged teeth from the silt. Elena turned, eyes wide behind her mask. Could it be? The remains of Ebon Hollow. Marcus felt his pulse quicken. The idea that they might have actually found it, the sunken village lost to myth and time, was almost too much to grasp. He nodded, signaling for them to move forward. The silence around them thickened as they pushed deeper, the water pressing against them like a living thing. Suddenly, a shadow shifted at the edge of Marcus's vision. He turned his flashlight, the beam cutting through the murk to reveal the silhouette of what could only be a crumbling stone wall covered in dark, undulating moss. Just beyond, more structures materialized, outlines of cottages, and what looked like a small chapel, their shapes blurred and softened by decades beneath the lake. The village was eerily preserved, as is, if waiting for someone to find it. The comms crackled again, this time with Nora's voice from the shore. "We're picking up some strange readings from your location. There's a shift in the magnetic field. Are you guys seeing anything unusual?" Marcus hesitated, eyes darting to the ruins around them. Define unusual. There was a pause, followed by Jacob's voice, low and serious. "Just be careful. If the stories are true, the village wasn't just lost to a flood. Something else kept up it buried." Before Marcus could respond, Elena swam forward, her flashlight catching on an old wooden sign, barely legible beneath a thick coating of algae. She brushed it with her gloved hand, revealing the words, "Welcome to Ebon Hollow," carved in ornate script. The sight sent a shiver down Marcus's spine. They had found it. Alex's voice broke through again, this time strained. "Marcus, I'm getting weird feedback here. It's like something's moving." His sonar pinged erratically, the screen lighting up with shifting shapes that didn't match the stillness around them. A sudden current swept past them, tugging at their suits and stirring up a cloud of silt that momentarily blinded them. Marcus's flashlight wavered, casting frantic beams that illuminated ghostly tendrils of algae and the hollow windows of sunken homes. When the silt settled, the silence returned, deeper and more oppressive than before. But then, just as the water stilled, a new sound emerged. It was low and guttural, a hum that resonated through their chests and vibrated the water around them. It was the sound from the stories, the hum that had signaled the village's doom. Marcus felt a chill crawl down his spine. We need to get out of here, he said, the urgency sharp in his voice. But before anyone could respond, the hum grew louder, shaking the water like a living heartbeat. And then, from the darkened doorway of the chapel, something moved. Elena stops by New Jeans. Elena's flashlight flickered, casting erratic beams across the ruined facade of the submerged chapel. The movement within was subtle at first, a shadow shifting just beyond the threshold. A fleeting glimpse of something impossibly large and ancient. The hum resonated through the water, growing in intensity until it seemed to press against their chests, each vibration sensing with the pounding of their hearts. Marcus's fingers tightened around the journal clipped to his suit. He tried to steady-eye his breathing, but the comms crackled again, filled with static and voices that weren't supposed to be there, whispers that spoke in a language long forgotten, woven through with urgent, mournful tones. Elena, Alex, we need to fall back now, Marcus said, trying to mask the tremor in his voice. The silence that followed was filled only by the hum, now pulsing like a drumbeat deep in the earth. Elena turned, eyes wide, but she hesitated, her gaze locked on the chapel's doorway. Marcus, do you hear that? It's calling to us. The words hung between them, heavy and inexplicable. Before Marcus could respond, Alex's voice burst through the comms, strained and sharp. Movement behind us? Something's circling. Marcus swung his flashlight around just in time to catch the flicker of motion, a dark shape sliding through the silt, serpentine and deliberate. The water seemed to shudder as the shape moved, disturbing the thick, ancient sediment that had settled over Ebon Hollow like a shroud from the shore. Nora's panicked voice cut through. Get out of there now! The readings just spiked. The field around you is shifting, the hum crescendoed, and with it, the village seemed to awaken. The doors of long-submerged homes creaked open, silt and debris swirling, as if pushed by unseen hands. The windows of the cottages were hollow eyes, watching, waiting. The water felt alive, charged with an energy that set Marcus's teeth on edge. Elena, we're leaving, Marcus shouted, his voice tight as he reached for her arm. But before he could touch her, the doorway of the chapel erupted in a burst of movement. A figure emerged, shrouded in darkness, its form obscured by the swirling silt. It stood by the swirling silt. It stood, unnaturally tall, its limbs elongated and thin, fingers that tapered to points waving as if conducting the symphony of the hum. The figure's eyes opened two cold white orbs that glowed with an unearthly light. They locked onto Marcus, and in-ocked onto Marcus, and in that instant, he felt an unbearable pressure in his head, a voice not his own, pressing into his mind. You should not have come, Elena gasped, the sound muffled by her mask. The voice, though silent to the ears, filled their comms with a static-laced presence, words etched into their thoughts. The figure moved, gliding through the water with impossible grace, its movements disjointed and alien. Alex's sonar screamed with feedback, the device flashing erratically. We need to move now, he shouted, already propelling himself backward. The shadows that had circled them now coalesced, taking forms that shifted and blurred, reflections of villagers caught in an eternal, restless dance. Elena's gaze broke from the figure, and she shouted so I'm grabbed Marcus's arm. We have to go. Her voice was a lifeline, snapping him out of the trance that held him. They pushed through the water, muscles straining against the heavy current that seemed to pull at them with unseen hands. The hum followed, louder, reverberating through their suits, through their bones, whispering promises of secrets best left buried. As they broke away from the heart of the village, Marcus cast a final glance over his shoulder. The figure stood at the entrance of the chapel, eyes dimming as silver. Eyes dimming as silver, eyes dimming as silver. It raised one elongated arm in a gesture that felt almost sorrowful. The whispers receded, replaced by an aching silence that throbbed in his ears. They ascended quickly, the light above growing brighter, slicing through the darkness, assassin. They pushed toward the surface. The weight of the lake lessened with each kick, and when they finally broke through, gasping for air, the silence was replaced by the roar of the wind and the soft pitter-patter of rain against the lake. Nora and against the lake. Jacob rushed to the edge of the water, eyes wide with a mix of relief and horror. "What did you see?" Jacob asked, voice barely steady. Marcus pulled off his mask, chest heaving as he met their gaze. "Ebon Hollow isn't just a ruin, it's awake, and it remembers." The air above the silent lake crackled with tension as Marcus, Elena, and Alex surfaced, their gasps mingling with the rustle of leaves in the wind and the rhythmic patter of rain. The water around them was eerily still, as if the lake itself had paused to watch them, waiting for their next move. Marcus pulled himself and paused to watch them. Waiting for their next move, Marcus pulled himself up onto the makeshift dock, his hands shaking as adrenaline coursed through his veins. The journal he had kept close was now damp, pages curling and ink smudging, but it didn't matter. The real record was what they had seen and felt beneath the surface. Jacob and Nora rushed to meet them, their eyes wide with worry. Jacob's face was pale, the historian's usually steady demeanor fractured by the tension. "Did you find it?" he asked, voice taut. He already knew the answer from their frantic comm chatter, but needed to hear it spoken aloud, as if saying it would make it real. Marcus met his gaze, nodding slowly. "We found it. Ebon Hollow is down there, and it's alive?" The words hung in the air, sending a shiver through the group. Elena, her expression haunted, glanced back at the water. "There was something in the chapel," she said, more to herself than anyone else. "Something that ship of teasers could show to anyone else. Something that looked at us like it knew who we were." Nora, ever the skeptic despite her love for ghost stories, pressed further. "What did it do? Did it try to communicate with you?" X, still catching his breath, shook his head. "Not in words. It spoke in a way that wasn't sound. It was inside our heads." His voice dropped, eyes unfocused as he replayed the memory. "It said we shouldn't have come." The campo fell silent. The soft rustle of the forest around them felt suffocating, the usual chirps and calls conspicuously absent. Marcus leaned against a wooden post, staring at the journal. His great-grandfather's warnings echoed in his mind. Someday, his great-grandfather's warnings echoed in his mind. Doors should remain closed. But they had opened that door, and now there was no turning back. Night fell over the lake with an unnatural swiftness, the sky turning from overcast gray to a deep, velvety black. The expedition team had retreated to their base camp, a circle of tents and a small fire that crackled and popped, throwing flickering light against the trees. The warmth was welcome, but it did little to dispel the chill that had settled in their bones. Nora sat by the fire, scribbling furiously in her notebook, trying to piece together the disjointed fragments of what they'd witnessed. Her pen stilled when she heard it, a soft, almost imperceptible hum that made the hair on her arms stand on end. She looked up, eyes up, darting to the water's edge where the dark surface reflected nothing but the pale light of the moon. "Did anyone else hear that?" she whispered, voice trembling. Jacob's head snapped up, eyes narrowing as he listened. The hum grew louder, resonating like a heartbeat that throbbed in the very air. Marcus felt it too, a vibration deep in his chest that seemed to sync with his chest, that seemed to sink within the beat of his own heart. He exchanged a glance with Elena, who was already reaching for her gear, instincts driving her to action before anyone could react. The water at the lake's edge rippled, small waves lapping at the shore with a hypnotic rhythm. The sound was almost soothing, if not for the underlying hum that accompanied it. Then, out of the stillness, a voice emerged, not spoken, but a whisper that seemed to drift from the trees, the water, the very ground beneath their feet. "Why have you come?" Jacob's mouth moved, but no sound came out. The others froze, muscles locked as the voice surrounded them. It was the same voice they had heard beneath the water, layered and mournful, as if many spoke as one. The fire flickered, sputtered, and then roared higher, casting elongated, writhing shadows that moved as if alive. Marcus forced himself to stand, legs unsteady. "We came for answers," he said, the words barely escaping his dry throat. "We want to understand what happened here." The silence that followed was suffocating, stretching for what felt like hours. Then the hum returned, deeper this time, vibrating the ground. The water rippled again, and out of the dark depths, something began to rise, a figure, tall and gaunt, cloaked in shadow but with eyes that glowed like cold embers. It stood motionless at the water's edge, staring at them with an intensity that made their breath catch. "Ebon Hollow was not lost," the voice said, emanating from the figure, though its mouth did not move. "It was taken. The silence is not peace, it is a prison." Elena took a step back, eyes wide. "Who are you?" she whispered. The figure tilted its head, the movement slow and deliberate. "A warning," it said, and in that moment, the hum reached a fever pitch. The ground beneath their feet shook, and the air crackled with energy, as the figure crackled with energy, as the figure dissolved back into the lake, leaving only the echo of its final words. "Leave, before the silence takes you too." The camp erupted into chaos. The fire sputtered out, leaving only darkness and the pounding of their hearts. Marcus grabbed the journal, fingers shaking. The pages flipped wildly in the wind, landing on one he had not read before. Written in hurried, desperate script were the words, "To break the silence, one must uncover the truth." The chaos of the camp was palpable. As the team scrambled to regroup, the cold night air pressed against them, thick with the lingering echoes of the warning. Marcus's heart pounded as he gripped the journal tighter, its damp, crinkled pages whispering under his fingertips. He glanced at Elena, who stood frozen, eyes locked on the lake where the apparition had vanished moments before. The fire, now reduced to smoldering embers, cast faint shadows that seemed to shift of their own accord. "We need to leave," Alex said, his voice breaking the tense silence. He was already packing up his equipment, movements jerky with urgency. "Whatever that was, it's not something we're prepared to face." "No," Marcus said, surprising even himself with the firmness of the firmness. His tone. The others turned to him, eyes wide with disbelief. "We can't just leave. Not now. We're closer than anyone has ever been to understanding what happened here." Jacob stepped forward, the lines of worry etched deep into his face. "Marcus, you saw it. We all did. This isn't just a story, it's something more. Something dangerous." Elena shook her head, a steely resolve replacing the fear in her eyes. "But we can't walk away if we do. The truth stays buried, and whatever holds Ebon Hollow will continue. We need to find out what binds this place." Nora swallowed hard, her pen and notepad clutched tightly against her chest. "And if we don't make it out?" The question hung in the air, unspoken fears now given voice. Marcus opened the journal again, fingers flipping to the page with the hastily scrawled warning. "To break the silence, one must uncover the truth." His great-grandfather had known something, and whatever it was had kept him from venturing into the lake. But Marcus felt the weight of generations pressing on him, urging him to see it through. "We need to go back," he said finally, the decision sinking in like a stone. To the chapel. That's where it all began, and that's where we'll find our answers. The team's return to the water was marked by a somber silence. The only sounds the soft rustle of their gear and the muted lapping of waves. The moon hung low, casting a silvery sheen over the lake that made it appear both serene and menacing. One by one, they submerged, the icy water biting into their skin despite their wetsuits. This time, the descent felt heavier. The darkness seemed thicker. Green-tinged light swallowed more quickly by the depths. Marcus kept his eyes forward, focused on the chapel's silhouette as it came into view, standing sentinel amidst the ruins of Ebon Hollow. As they neared the entrance, the hum returned, low and insistent, vibrating through their bodies. Marcus glanced at Elena, who nodded, the beam of her flashlight unwavering, as she led them inside. The interior was a haunting echo of what it once must have been pews upturned. A stone altar cracked down the middle, and the walls covered in dark, shifting algae that seemed to pulse with life. On the far wall, behind the altar, a mural was partially visible. Marcus moved closer, the light from his torch revealing scenes of the village. The people gathered in what appeared to be a ritual. At the center stood a figure draped in shadow, arms raised as the others looked on, expressions of awe and fear etched into their painted faces. "This is it," Jacob said, his voice ed. Jacob said, his voice ed, crackling through the comms, the ritual that doomed them. Suddenly, the whispers began again. Soft at first, but growing louder, filling the chapel with a cacophony of voices. They spoke in fragments, overlapping in a symphony of despair. They called to it. They brought it forth, and it answered. Elena turned, her light catching movement near the altar. A faint shimmer appeared, and then, as if stepping through a veil, the spectral figure from before materialized. Its eyes, those cold, white orbs, fixed on them, and the voices fell silent. Marcus felt an unnatural pressure build in his chest, as if the water itself had turned to stone. The figure raised a long skeletal hand, pointing to the mural. The whispered voice from before returned, singular and commanding. Only by understanding the past can the silence be broken. Elena's flashlight fell on an inscription below the mural, the letters worn but legible. She read aloud, her voice worn but legible, shaking. "In the heart of silence, we bound ourselves to what lies beneath, to break the silence, speak the name, and release what was taken." A chill ran down Marcus's spine. The hum grew louder, resonating in a way that made the walls vibrate. It was as if the lake itself had awakened, responding to the words. The spectral figure's form flickered, its eyes narrowing as it uttered one final chilling command. "Speak, or be consumed." The echo of the figure's command reverberated through the chapel, settling like a weight in the chest of every team member. Marcus exchanged a glance with Elena, the fear in her eyes mirrored in his own. But there was no turning back now. They had come too far, and the truth far. And the truth was close, so close that it burned in the back of Marcus's mind. Jacob's voice came through the comms, strained and urgent. "Marcus, whatever that inscription means, we need to figure it out now." The mural's haunting depiction seemed to shift under the beam of their flashlights, as if the figures painted on the wall were trapped in an eternal loop of their last, fateful moments. Marcus's gaze fell on the shadowy figure at the center, its face obscured but its form unmistakable. A leader, or perhaps a priest, who had invoked something dark and unfathomable. "Speak the name," Elena whispered, more to herself than anyone else, her eyes fixed on the mural. But whose name? Who did they summon? Nora's voice, shaky and barely above a whisper, crackled over the comms. Marcus, the journal. Look at the journal. With trembling hands, Marcus opened the water-damaged pages, searching for a clue, anything that would give them the answer. Near the back, in a section that had been nearly overlooked, was an entry scrawled hastily in his great-grandfather's familiar handwriting. In the silence of the lake, there is one name they feared to speak, the name that binds and feared to speak, name that frees. Alastor. Marcus's blood ran cold. Alastor, a name spoken only in whispers by the few who dared recount the legend. The villagers had worshipped it, sought its power, and paid the ultimate price. Alina, it's Alastor. Marcus, Elena, it's Alastor, said, the weight of the revelation heavy in his voice. We have to say it. The spectral figure shifted, its eyes narrowing as if it understood. The hum grew deeper, resonating with an almost painful intensity. Marcus took a deep breath and that's extra intensity. Marcus took a deep breath and spoke, his voice echoing through the flooded chapel. Alastor! The effect was immediate. The water around them vibrated, a low rumble building until it was deafening. The mural on the wall began to glow, the painted figures seeming to writhe in agony and ecstasy. The light intensified, spreading across the walls and floor, illuminating symbols that had been hidden beneath years of silt and darkness. The spectral figure remained motionless, its expression unreadable as the glow surrounded it. Then, with a sudden, fluid motion, it stepped back into the wall, merging with the mural. The whispers rose to a crescendo, overlapping voices that spoke in a cacophony of languages and emotions. The silence is broken. The silence is the truth is free. The glow from the mural exploded outward, filling the chapel with a searing light. Marcus shielded his eyes, the intensity of it burning through his eyes when the light receded. The silence that followed was profound, as if spell was profound, as if the entire lake had taken a breath and held it. Elena was the first to lower her arm, blinking as her vision cleared. The chapel was different now, still old and decayed, but there was a feeling of peace, as though a weight had been lifted. Hum was gone, replaced by an eerie calm. The spectral figure was nowhere to be seen, but its presence lingered, as if it had been absorbed into the very stones of the chapel. Marcus looked around, the realization sinking in. They had broken the silence, but what had they released? Jacob's voice came through, hoarse and breathless. Are you all okay? The readings just spiked and then dropped completely. We're fine, Marcus replied, though his voice wavered. But I think we just witnessed the end of the curse. Nora's voice chimed in, a mix of relief and lingering fear. The question is, what did you set free? Before Marcus could answer, a low rumble shook the floor beneath them. The water around their feet began to swirl, forming small whirlpools that grew in size and strength. The team backed away, eyes wide as the whirlpools converged into one. Eyes wide as the whirlpools converged into one. A dark vortex that spun with an unnatural speed. Out of the center, a shape began to rise, a figure not spectral, but solid, flesh and bone. It was a man, or what had once been a man. His skin was ashen, eyes sunken and glowing faintly with the same cold white light. He stood tall, robes clinging to his thin frame, symbols etched into the fabric that pulsed with a rhythmic glow. Marcus's heart stuttered as he realized who it was. Alastor, Jacob whispered, the name barely forming on his lips. The figure's gaze swept over them, eyes narrowing in recognition. You have broken my silence, he said, voice deep and resonant. And now, you will bear witness to what lies beyond. Elena stepped forward, determination burning in her eyes. You know what you did. You bound those people to this place, trapped their souls. Alastair's mouth curved into a smile that didn't reach his eyes. I gave them what they asked for: power, immortality, freedom from the bounds of the living. But they did not understand the price, and neither do you. The chapel trembled, the ancient stone creaking as cracks formed along the walls. The mural behind Alastair glowed once more, the figures depicted on it now seeming to reach out, their faces twisted in silent screams. The voices returned, no longer whispers but shouts, a demand for release that resonated through the bones of the living. Marcus raised the journal, eyes darting over the hastily written notes. Their eyes darting over the hastily written notes had to be more something they could use to end this. But the words blurred, the edges of the pages curling as if touched by invisible flames. Marcus, now would be a really good time for a plan, Alex shouted, eyes wide as the vortex at their feet surged again. I'm trying, Marcus yelled back, desperation seeping into his voice. The chapel groaned under the weight of unseen forces as the ground quaked beneath their feet. Dust and debris rained down from the cracked stone ceiling, and the glow from the mural from the cracked stone ceiling intensified, bathing the room in an eerie light. Marcus's mind raced, the whispers of the journal's words intertwining with the shouts of his teammates. This was more than just a haunting. It was an unraveling, a breaking of the barrier that had held this dark force at bay for generations. Alastair's eyes, luminous and cold, locked onto Marcus. The silence was your protection, he said, his voice reverberating through the chapel like a storm. Now that it is broken, there will be no peace, only the echoes of what was taken. Elena stepped forward, defying the tremor in her hands. There has to be a way to stop this. What did they do? What binds you here? The figure tilted his head, a smirk flickering across his lips. You wish to know the truth? It was their desire for eternal life that called me. Their voices that invoked the silence. They paid the price willingly, though they did not understand it. Alex, sweat beading on his brow despite the chill, shouted, Enough of this cryptic shouted. Enough of this cryptic garbage. Tell us how to end it. A flicker of anger crossed Alastair's pale features, and the whirlpool at their feet surged, sending up a spray of water that clung to their clothes like ice. The voices in the mural screamed in silent agony, the figure's eyes rolling back as their hands pressed against the painted barrier, as if trying to claw their way out. Marcus flipped through the journal, his fingers tracing every hastily written line until one entry caught his attention. It was nearly smudged beyond recognition. But the words rang clear in his mind. Only by reversing the invocation can the silence be restored. A willing voice must speak, not of greed, but of release. He swallowed hard, the meaning sinking in. To end this, someone had to offer themselves as the vessel to reverse the curse willingly, with no promise of reward, only sacrifice. He looked up at the others, dread pooling in his chest. The price had been clear all along. We have to reverse it, Marcus said. Voice said, tight. Someone has to speak and offer release, not power. Elena's eyes widened as the realization set in. Marcus, no. There has to be another way. There isn't, Marcus said, resolute. He stepped forward, the journal clutched to his chest as he met Alastair's unwavering gaze. This ends now. The figure's expression shifted, the smirk fading into something akin to curiosity. The whirlpool calmed, the air around them holding its breath as Marcus spoke. By the voice of the living, I call for release. Marcus said, each word steady and deliberate. Not for power, but for peace. The glow from the mural pulsed, and the cries within it softened to whispers. The chapel walls vibrated, cracks splintering like walls vibrated, cracks splintering like spiderwebs across the stone. Alistair's form flickered, eyes narrowing, as if assessing Marcus's intent. You dare challenge what was done? Alistair's voice was quieter now, almost introspective. I do, Marcus said, louder this time. Let them go. Let this place be at peace. A silence deeper than any they had felt before descended, pressing into their ears and chest like a suffocating weight. Then, with a sudden, blinding flash, the mural fractured, pieces falling away to reveal an endless expanse of darkness. Beyond, the painted figures dissolved, their cries turning into sighs of relief as they vanished. Alistair's form wavered, the glow in his eyes fading to an ember. He nodded once, a silent acknowledgement, before disintegrating into the same light that had carried the others. The water stilled, the swirling vortex collapsing in on itself until it was nothing more than a ripple. The silence that followed was profound, not the oppressive weight it had been, but a calm, serene stillness. The first light of morning pierced the cracked windows of the chapel, casting beams of warmth across the stone floor. Marcus sank to his knees, exhaustion weighing him down. Elena rushed to his side, pulling off her mask and wiping away the tears that mingled with lake water on her face. You did it, she whispered, voice thick with voice. Relief. Jacob and Nora appeared at the entrance, eyes wide as they took in the scene. The sense of dread that had gripped them since their arrival had lifted, replaced by a peaceful hush. The whispers were gone. The lake had been silenced, but this time it was a silence born of freedom, not fear. Marcus looked at the journal, now open to the last page, where the final words glistened in the dim light. Peace comes when the echoes fade. He closed the book, a small smile breaking through his exhaustion. The curse had been lifted, the souls released. Ebon Hollow would remain a story, but not one of horror and suffering. It would be a tale of resilience, sacrifice, and the enduring search for peace as the team stepped for peace out into the morning light. The lake mirrored the sky, calm and clear. The silence that greeted them was no longer ominous, but a promise of a new beginning, free from the echoes of the past. Liam Parker had always been drawn to the unusual. As an independent journalist, he thrived on uncovering hidden corners of urban legends and forgotten tales. His career had taken him from abandoned asylums to cursed forests, each place leaving up its mark on him. But nothing had prepared him for what he found in his mailbox that crisp autumn morning. The envelope was unlike any he had seen. Aged parchment sealed with wax, the emblem of an ornate eye pressed into the deep red. His fingers tingled as he broke the seal, the scent of old paper and something metallic wafting up to meet him. The card inside was simple, yet elegant, with gold embossed lettering that shimmered in the dim light of his small apartment. You are invited to the midnight market. When the last chime of midnight rings, follow the old train tracks beneath the city. Discover what lies hidden. The words made his pulse quicken. The midnight market was the stuff of whispered tales, spoken of only in Theum, shadowy corners of underground clubs, and in the margins of obscure forums online. It was said to appear only when the city itself was asleep, existing in the liminal space between dusk and dawn. Those who claimed to have seen it spoke of wonders and horrors that defied explanation, goods that couldn't be bought with mere money and secrets exchanged for the most personal of sacrifices. Liam felt a shiver run down his spine, half excitement, half apprehension. He glanced out the window. The city beyond was bathed in the last orange glow of the setting sun, shadows lengthening across the rooftops. His mind raced. Who could have sent this invitation? Why him? He was known in certain circles for his relentless pursuit of the supernatural, but this was different. This felt personal. Hours ticked by slowly. As the city's clock tower struck 11, Liam gathered his gear, a recorder, a notebook, a flashlight, and his trusty camera. His satchel felt heavier than usual, as if it sensed the gravity of what was to come. The streets outside were quiet, the usual hum of traffic and voices subdued, as if the city itself knew that something was about to happen. He walked with purpose, navigating narrow alleys and deserted back streets until he reached the old, disused train tracks that snaked beneath the heart of the city. The rusted metal gleamed faintly in the pale moonlight, half buried under decades of grime and twisted weeds. The entrance to the tunnel yawned before him, dark and uninviting, a portal to an underworld few dared to tread. The air grew colder as he stepped onto the tracks, the chill biting through his thin jacket and settling deep into his bones. Each step echoed off the stone walls, a rhythmic drumbeat that matched the quickening pace of his heart. The final chime of midnight rang out, a deep, resonant sound that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. A soft glow pulsed from deeper within the tunnel, casting long, shifting shadows that danced like specters. The low hum of voices reached his ears, a chant, rhythmic and ancient, that resonated in his chest. It resonated in his chest, was a sound that spoke of forgotten rituals and the weight of unseen eyes. Liam's breath caught in his throat as he rounded a bend and the tunnel opened into a vast, cavernous space. What lay before him defied expectation. Strung between iron, defied expectation. Strung between iron. Beams were strings of lights, their bulbs glowing with a warm, otherworldly radiance that seemed to shift colors when viewed out of the corner of his eye. Stalls lined the perimeter, each draped in silks and satins of impossible hues, and behind them stood figures that could only be described as fantastical, some human, others twisted with features that made his mind reel. A giant statue loomed at the center of the market, carved from black stone and depicting a woman whose face was obscured by a hood. Her outstretched hand held a scale that tipped ever so slightly, as if measuring the weight of unseen sins around him. The hum of voices grew, shifting from the rhythmic chant to a murmur of activity as the market's patrons waited, bartered, and whispered secrets. "Welcome to the midnight market," a voice rasped from the shadows behind him. Liam spun around, heart pounding, to find an old man in a robe that shimmered like liquid gold. The man's eyes were pitchwood gold, black, devoid of whites, and a grin split his face, revealing teeth that glittered like polished metal. "First time, I take it?" the man asked, the grin never faltering. Liam nodded, unable to find his voice. The old man chuckled, a sound that seemed to scrape against the walls of the cavern. "Careful, newcomer. The market gives, but it also takes. Know what you see before you ask for it, or you might find the price too steep." The warning echoed in Liam's mind as he took his first hesitant steps into the midnight market, the pulse of its secrets and dangers drawing him deeper. Liam's initial awe at the night market's strange beauty gave way to a gnawing tension as he ventured deeper. The glow of the lights overhead flickered, casting fractured patterns that seemed to move with a life of their own. The air was heavy with the scent of smoke, spices, and something more sinister like iron, sharp and metallic. Each stall was more bizarre than the last, with vendors that defied any logic Liam had ever known. To his left, a woman with skin that shimmered like polished obsidian showcased glass jars filled with swirling, luminescent liquid. Each jar emitted a faint, otherworldly hum, and as he passed, The woman's deep-set eyes met his, a knowing smile tugging at the corners of her lips. "Memories, traveler," she said. "Ha," she said. "Ha," voice low and melodic. "Yours for the taking or the giving, trade wisely." Liam swallowed hard, the implications settling in his mind. Memories as currency? He forced himself to keep moving, resisting the urge to ask questions. He wasn't here to get entangled, only to observe and document. A few steps further, he paused in front of a booth draped in crimson velvet. The vendor was a towering figure, shrouded in a robe, face obscured except for a pair of gleaming cat-like eyes. The stall was filled with odd trinkets, rings, brooches, and necklaces that seemed to whisper as they caught the light. Amulets of binding, talismans of truth, the vendor intoned, voice deep and resonant. Objects that can protect or betray, depending on how they're used. Choose. But choose with care. A sudden commotion drew Liam's attention to the center of the market, where the massive statue stood, its hooded face casting deep shadows over the crowd. A figure stumbled backward, clutching something close to its chest. The crowd parted, eyes wide with a mix of curiosity and fear. A different vendor, gaunt and sharp-featured, stepped forward from the crowd. His eyes gleamed like coals as he pointed a gnarled finger at the thief. "You dare steal from the market?" The accused, a young man with wild eyes and ragged clothes, shook his head frantically. I didn't know the cost," the vendor sneered, and in an instant, the market's hum shifted, growing darker, more menacing. The crowd murmured, as shadows seemed to coalesce around the young man, pulling at him like tendrils. Liam watched, heart thundering, as the figure was swallowed by darkness, the echo of his screams lingering for just a moment before the market resumed its usual rhythm, as if nothing had happened. "Remember, traveler," the old man in the gold robe whispered from behind Liam. The old man in the gold robe whispered from behind Liam. "There!" Market takes as easily as it gives. The air seemed colder now, and Liam's hand instinctively went to the satchel at his side, as if seeking reassurance. He knew he needed to find out more, but each passing moment chipped away at his resolve. He moved on, his eyes darting to the countless wares and the beings who peddled them. Some stalls sold items that glittered with promised tiny bottles labeled "Distilled Courage," powders with the shimmer of stardust, and scrolls that promised theory, reading of one's fate. Others were darker, with shadowy figures offering contracts written in looping, spidery script. Liam stopped at a booth shrouded in black silk. The vendor, a figure whose face was hidden behind an elaborate mask of bone and feathers, met his gaze. The stall was nearly empty, save for a single large book bound in cracked leather and etched with runes that seemed to move when looked at directly. The masked vendor said, voice muffled but clear, "Within these pages lie the stories of those who came before you. Some sought fortune, others sought truth. All paid a price." Liam's fingers hovered over the book, curiosity battling caution. He glanced at the vendor, who tilted their head as if daring him to touch it. Before he could decide, the tattooed woman from earlier appeared beside him, her eyes sharp and focused. "Don't," she said, a warning lacing her voice. "That book binds more than it reveals?" Startled, Liam pulled his hand back, heart pounding. The vendor's masked face seemed to smirk, and without another word, they vanished into the crowd, taking the book and its secrets with them. "What is this place, really? What is this place, really?" Liam asked, turning to the woman. "It's more than just a market, isn't it?" Her gaze softened, a rare moment of vulnerability crossing her features. "The midnight market is older than the city above it, older than the stories people tell. at its place of bargains and debts, where wishes come true at a cost. And now that you're here, the market will test you. The tattooed woman's words echoed in Liam's mind as they moved deeper into the heart of the market. The space seemed to pulse with a life of its own. The whispers of unseen figures weaving a chilling symphony around them. The air grew colder, carrying with it the metallic scent he had noticed before, stronger now, as though the market itself were bleeding. Liam glanced at the woman beside him. Her dark eyes were unreadable, but the set of her jaw suggested that she knew far more than she was telling. "Why did you stop me?" he asked, keeping his voice low. "Because the market isn't just a place. It's a force," she replied. "Everything here binds. Every word spoken, every trade made. That book you almost touched contains the echoes of those who dared too much." Liam felt the weight of her words, a chill settling over him that had nothing to do with the air. "Why help me?" he pressed. Her expression softened. "Just a fraction, because once I was like you, curious, bold, and blind to the consequences. I made a trade that left me bound here, serving the market's will." She turned her arm to show a mark hidden. Among the intricate tattoos, a spiral enclosed by an eye, the same symbol that had haunted him since he arrived. Before he could ask more, a deep, resonant chime echoed through the cavern. The lights above flickered, casting long, jagged shadows across the stone floor. The crowd fell silent, all eyes turning toward the statue at the center of the market. The hooded figure seemed to come alive, its stone arm raising slightly, and a voice that rumbled like an ancient river filled the air. "A bargain has been struck, and a debt must be paid." Liam's breath caught as a figure stepped forward, hooded and cloaked in midnight blue. The crowd parted like water, some bowing their heads, others shuffling back as if to avoid being caught in whatever was about to happen. The hooded figure carried an object in its hand, a small black stone that glowed with a dull, unsettling light. The tattooed woman's eyes widened with recognition. "That's a binding stone?" "She shets," whispered. "Someone's debt is about to be collected." The hooded figure approached a stall where an elderly man stood, his face lined with worry and resignation. The vendor's hands shook as he reached out, touching the stone with trembling fingers. The glow intensified, spreading up his arm like fire, and his eyes rolled back as a sigh escaped his lips. The whispers around them grew louder, like a storm circling the chamber. Liam took a step back, heart hammering in his chest. He turned to the woman, voice hoarse. "What happens when a debt is collected?" She didn't look at him, eyes fixed on the scene. "The market takes what it's owed. Sometimes it's life, sometimes soul, sometimes something worse." The glow faded, and the elderly man slumped forward, eyes vacant and lifeless. The stone, and lifeless, dropped from his fingers and shattered on the ground, sending up a spark that snuffed out as quickly as it appeared. The hooded figure turned, its gaze sweeping over the crowd, and for a brief moment, Liam felt those eyes settle on him. His blood ran cold. "Come with me," the woman said, pulling him by the arm. "We need to move." They wove through the throngs of silent onlookers, past stalls that seemed darker now, their wares less inviting. The whispers followed them, a chorus less inviting, of warnings and secrets that nipped at their heels. The woman led him to a secluded alcove, far from the crowd. Here, the lights were dimmer, casting the space in shadow. She turned to face him, her expression serious. "If you stay here too long, the market will find a way to claim you. It tempts you with things you desire most, makes you forget the cost until it's too late." Liam's mind raced, piecing together what he'd seen and heard. But why invite me here? Why send me that card? Because the market has a will of its own, she said. It seeks new stories, new debts. Your arrival wasn't chance, it was summoned. And now you have to decide what role you'll play. The hum of the market grew louder, a low vibration that resonated in his bones. For the first time, Liam felt the full weight of where he was and what it meant. This was more than a place of mystery. It was a living entity, ancient and unyielding, bound by bargains and debts that spanned centuries. What if I don't want to play any role? He whispered, fear lacing his voice. The woman's eyes softened, a look of pity crossing her face. Then you better find a way out before the market chooses one for you. The alcove where Liam and the tattooed woman stood felt like a brief sanctuary amid the chaos of the market. The hum of whispers and distant cries reached them like a fading echo, but the sense of urgency in the air remained palpable. Liam's mind churned with questions, but one loomed larger than the rest. What did the market want from him? The woman, sensing his turmoil, spoke softly. If you're going to survive this place, you need to understand it. The midnight market thrives on desire and the willingness to pay any cost. But there's more, it's also a prison, binding those who have crossed its boundaries and made irreversible choices. Why stay then? Liam asked, frustration edging his voice. Why don't those trapped here find a way to break free? A shadow passed over her face, the tattoos along her arms seeming to writhe in the dim light, because the market is as much a part of them as they are of it. It holds their memories, their fears, their very essence, even if they escape. Their very essence, even if they escape, leave behind pieces they can never reclaim. Before Liam could process her words, a sudden roar erupted from the center of the market. The statue at the heart of the space trembled, and a fissure snaked its way up from its base, splitting the hooded figure down the middle. Golden light spilled out, bathing the market in an eerie glow that painted everything in shades of fire. Liam's eyes widened as a figure emerged from the cracked stone. A tall, thin man with skin like polished onyx and eyes that glowed like embers. His presence silenced the market, vendors and patrons alike bowing their heads or retreating into the shadows. The tattooed woman stiffened, a flicker of fear crossing her face. That's him, she whispered. The warden of the market. The warden's voice, deep and resonant, filled the cavern. A debt unpaid festers like an open wound. Tonight, we shall see who dares to defy their bargain. Liam's pulse quickened as he realized that all eyes were wise, turning toward him. The market shifted, the ground beneath his feet vibrating as the warden stepped closer. The figure's gaze locked onto Liam, burning with an intensity that made his breath catch. You? The warden said, the words slicing through the silence. You carry the scent of curiosity and rebellion. You seek understanding where others only seek trade. Why? The crowd held its breath, the silence so profound that Liam could hear the pounding of his own heart. He swallowed hard, his voice trembling as he spoke. I came because I was called. I want to know why. What does the market want from me? What does the market want from me? The warden's eyes narrowed, and the golden light around him flared. The market calls those who have a story worth telling, a price worth paying. You are both witness and participant, bound by fate and choice. He extended a long, bony finger toward Liam. But now, you must choose. Will you take from the market or give to it? The tattooed woman grabbed Liam's arm, her grip tight. Don't answer. The moment you do, you're bound to whatever bargain you strike. Liam's mind raced. The market was a living, breathing entity, and now it had focused its attention on him. Breathing entity. And now It had focused its attention on him. He could feel the weight of the warden's gaze, the anticipation of the crowd, and the pulse of the market itself pressing in from all sides. The air felt electric, charged with possibility and danger. But beneath the fear, a spark of defiance flared in Liam's chest. He hadn't come this far just to be a pawn. He took a step forward, meeting the warden's burning gaze with as much resolve as he could muster. "I won't make a bargain blindly," Liam said, his voice steadier now. "I won't make a bargain blindly," Liam said, his voice steadier now. "I want to know the truth about the market, about why it binds people and takes their memories, their lives. If I'm going to choose, I need to understand what I'm choosing." A murmur rippled through the crowd, the market's patrons exchanging glances filled with surprise and trepidation. The warden tilted his head, a glint of amusement or perhaps respect flickering in his ember eyes. "Very well," the warden said, the light around him dimming slightly. "To seek truth is to court both, knowledge and madness. But know this, the deeper you go, the greater the price you must pay." With a wave of his hand, the warden gestured to a dark passageway that seemed to appear out of nowhere, carved into the far wall of the cavern. The tattooed woman's face paled, and she shook her head. "That path leads to the heart of the market," she said, voice shaking. "No one who enters comes back the same." Liam's pulse raced as he looked at the passageway, the shadows within seeming to shift and breathe. He could feel the weight of the market's gaze, the whispers growing louder as if urging him forward. He took a deep breath, casting one last glance at the woman who had warned him, and stepped into the darkness. Darkness of the passageway was suffocating, pressing against Liam like a living thing. The whispers of the market faded behind him, replaced by a low, rhythmic thrum that pulsed through the stone walls, matching the beat of his heart. The air grew colder, tinged with a metallic tang that sent shivers down his spine. He adjusted the strap of his satchel, the familiar weight, a small comfort amid the encroaching dread. As he moved deeper, faint lights flickered to life, casting an eerie blue glow that illuminated carvings along the walls. The figures depicted were twisted and grotesque, their expressions contorted in a blend of ecstasy and terror. They seemed to reach out, their stone hands frozen mid-gesture, as if it warning him to turn back. But Liam pressed on, driven by the need to understand, to unravel the mystery that had haunted him since the moment he received the invitation. He thought of the warden's eyes, the way they had pierced through him with that mix of challenge and expectation. He couldn't help but wonder what lay ahead, and what the market truly wanted from him. The corridor opened into a vast chamber unlike anything he had seen before. It was circular, with a high vaulted ceiling that seemed to disappear into darkness. In the center stood an altar made of black obsidian, its surface polished to a mirror-like sheen. Surrounding it were figures cloaked in shadow, their faces obscured by hoods. They moved in a slow, deliberate circle, chanting in a language Liam did not recognize. Above the altar, suspended in the air, was a crystalline sphere that pulsed with a soft, golden light. Inside, faint shapes shifted, faces that flickered in and out of focus, mouths open in silent screams or whispers. Liam's breath caught as he realized what he was looking at. Memories, lives. The tattooed woman's warning came rushing back to him. The market binds those who trade, keeping fragments of their very souls as collateral. He took a hesitant step forward, the ground beneath him cool and smooth. One of the hooded figures turned its head slightly, and although its face was hidden, Liam felt the weight of its gaze settle on him like a shroud. You seek the truth, the figure intoned, voice deep and resonant, vibrating through the chamber. But truth is not given, it is taken. At a price. The other figures stilled, their chanting ceasing as the chamber plunged into silence. The glow of the sphere intensified, casting beams of golden light that painted the hooded figures and the walls in a surreal tableau. What is the market's purpose? Liam asked, forcing the words past the lump in his throat. His voice sounded small in the vastness of the room. The central figure stepped forward, a long skeletal hand emerging from the folds of its robe to gesture toward the sphere. The market was born from desire, it said, a place where what is hidden can be found, where what is yearned for can be grasped. But all things of worth come with sacrifice. Liam's eyes locked on the sphere, the faces inside moving more frantically now, as if sensing his attention. One face, a woman's, turned toward him, her expression etched with sorrow. A chill ran down his spine as he recognized her from an old newspaper clipping, one of the countless stories of those who had vanished without a trace, believed lost to the city's mysteries. Can they be freed? He asked, the question escaping before he could stop himself. The figure shifted, the silence thickening as the central figure spoke again. To free the echoes of the market is to unravel its very fabric. To do so would mean breaking the balance, forfeiting your place among the living. A rush of air swept through the chamber, carrying with it the sound of 1,000 whispers, each one a thread of longing, regret, and desperation. The sphere pulsed, and the golden light layers flared, casting everything in a stark, unnatural brilliance. Liam took another step forward, the temptation gnawing at him. The market's power was undeniable, but so was the cost. He thought of the tattooed woman's haunted eyes, the stories she must have carried, bound to this place by a choice she couldn't undo. What if I choose to give, not to take? He asked, the realization settling over him like a cold weight. Can the balance be shifted without breaking it? The hooded figures remained silent, but the central one seemed to regard him with an inscrutable expression. The air grew heavier, and the sphere above the altar dimmed, its light softening until it was no brighter than a candle. To give freely is to offer what cannot be returned, the figure said at last. It is to bind oneself to the market, not as a debtor, but as its keeper. Liam's heart thudded painfully in his chest. The choice was clear, but its consequences were vast, reaching far beyond the confines of this hidden world. He looked up at the sphere, the faces within now still, watching him with silent, pleading eyes. He took a deep breath and stepped forward. Liam stood at the edge of the obsidian altar, the chamber's silence pressing against him like a physical force. The hooded figures around him remained motionless, their shrouded forms casting long, spidery shadows across the floor. The crystalline sphere above the altar pulsed softly. The faces within frozen, eyes locked onto him, with expressions that ranged from hope to despair. The weight of his decision settled like a stone in his gut. The tattooed woman's warning echoed in his mind. The market takes as easily as it gives. Choose carefully. But this was different. He wasn't here to bargain for power or knowledge. He was here to understand, to uncover the market's true nature and the price it exacted. The central figure stepped closer, its skeletal hand extending toward the sphere. To offer yourself as the keeper is to accept a bond that transcends life and death, it said, its voice deep and reverberating. It is to guard the echoes, to become part of the market's very essence. Liam's throat tightened as he glanced at the glowing sphere. The faces inside shifted again, their silent mouths forming words he couldn't hear, but felt deep within his chest. The chamber pulsed with a low hum, as if urging him to decide. What happens to me if I accept? Liam asked, his voice steady but laced with an undertone of fear. The hooded figure paused, the air growing colder as it spoke. You will remain bound to this place, neither living nor dead. You will be the guardian of the market's secrets, its stories, its whispers. But you will have the power to change the balance, to offer peace to those trapped within. A murmur rippled through the other figures, a soft chorus of agreement or perhaps warning. The light from the sphere intensified, casting a warm glow that contrasted with the icy chill creeping up Liam's spine. He glanced back at the passageway he had come through, the faint glow of the market beyond now distant and unreachable. The temptation to turn and run was strong, to leave this hidden world behind and forget its strange allure. But then he thought of the faces in the sphere, the countless lives bound by their choices, unable to find peace. The young man whose screams had been swallowed by the market, the tattooed woman's haunted eyes, each one a testament to the market's power and the price of ignorance. He met the gaze of the central figure, resolve hardening in his chest. I accept, Liam said, the words leaving him with a finality that sent a shiver down his spine. The figure's hand moved to the sphere, and a wave of golden light burst forth, flooding the chamber with warmth and brilliance. The hooded figures began to chant, their voices blending into a harmonious hum that resonated deep within Liam's core. The faces in the sphere turned toward him, their expressions shifting from despair to something else: relief, gratitude, hope. The light enveloped Liam, filling him with a sensation that was both excruciating and transcendent. Memories not his own flooded his mind. Lives lived, choices made, bargains struck and broken. He felt the pain of loss, the thrill of discovery, the weight of regret. It was overwhelming, a torrent of emotion and dark experience that threatened to drown him. But then, as suddenly as it began, the flood receded, leaving a quiet calm in its wake. The chamber dimmed, the golden glow fading to a soft, steady light. Liam opened his eyes, the sensation of the aquating of his ties, awakened his eyes. The sensation of the market's pulse now intertwined with his own. He could feel its heartbeat, the whispers now clearer, no longer distant but familiar, like old friends speaking in hushed tones. The hooded figure stepped back, and the others lowered their heads in as silent acknowledgement. The tattooed woman appeared at the entrance of the chamber, her eyes wide with disbelief and something else: respect. You are the keeper now, the central figure said, its voice softer, almost reverent. The market is yours to guard, to guide, to balance. Liam took a breath, feeling the weight of his new role settle over him. The whispers around him softened, no longer a cacophony but a symphony of stories waiting to be heard. He knew that his life would never be the same, bound as he was to the midnight market, but he also knew that he had the power to make a difference, to bring peace to those who had been trapped for far too long. As he turned to face the market beyond, the voices of the market beyond, the voices of the echoes followed him, their song now one of hope. As Liam stepped out of the chamber and back into the heart of the midnight market, everything looked different. The glowing stalls and vendors, the strings of lights that buzzed with ands, the thermales and street otherworldly hum, and the murmuring patrons all felt connected to him, as though he were seeing through a veil lifted by his new role as the keeper. The tattooed woman approached cautiously, her eyes searching his face for signs of change. You did it, she whispered, her voice a mixture of disbelief and awe. You took on the bond. Liam nodded, the full weight of his decision pressing against him. He felt both powerful and vulnerable. as if the market's secrets had fused with his very being. The whispers that had once been background noise were now distinct voices, each telling a story, sharing a regret, a warning, or a plea. He understood now that the market wasn't just a place of trade. It was a living archive of every choice made within its bounds. Before he could respond, a commotion erupted at the far end of the market. A stall, draped in deep crimson fabric, had drawn a crowd, and voices rose in panic and anger. Liam and the tattooed woman exchanged glance before hurrying over. The scene before them was chaos. A tall, gaunt vendor with eyes like polished obsidian stood rigid behind his stall, gesturing wildly at a young man who looked barely old enough to be there. The youth clutched a small, ornate dagger, its blade glinting with a faint, silvery light that seemed almost alive. The vendor's voice boomed over the noise, deep and accusatory. "You dare take what isn't yours?" he roared. "The price must be paid." The crowd shifted nervously, eyes flicking between the vendor, the young man, and Liam. Whispers rippled through the market, carrying the weight of expectation. The young man's eyes were wide with terror, but he stood his ground, clutching the dagger as if it were his only lifeline. Liam stepped forward, the crowd parting for him with a mix of reverence and fear. The whispers around him rose, some warning, others encouraging. He could feel the market's pulse quicken, sensing that tension in the air. "Wait," Liam said, his voice carrying with an authority he didn't know he possessed. The vendor turned to him, eyes narrowing as recognition dawned. The tattooed woman stayed close, her expression tense. "This is not your concern, keeper," the vendor said, the word keeper dripping with disdain. "The boy has stolen, and the market demands its due." Liam met the vendor's glare, the whispers around him coalescing into a single, clear message. Balance must be. Clear message. Balance must be maintained, but justice can be tempered with mercy. He took a breath, reaching for the newfound understanding that flowed through him. "What was promised for this dagger?" Liam asked, directing the question to the young man, who looked at him with a mixture of hope and fear. The youth swallowed hard, his voice shaking. "My brother is dying. I needed something to save him. I didn't have enough to trade." A murmur spread through the crowd, the whispers shifting to a tone of sympathy. The vendor's eyes flashed, but Liam raised a hand, silencing him. "The market takes as it gives," Liam said, feeling the truth resonate within him. "But the purpose is not punishment, it is balance." He turned to the young man, seeing the desperation etched into his face. "You will return the dagger," Liam said, "but I will offer a part of my own bond to cover your debt." The crowd gasped. The tattooed woman's eyes widening in shock. The vendor's expression twisted in anger, but the whispers of the market shifted again, this time in agreement. "The bond is yours to give," the vendor said reluctantly, eyes narrowing. "But know this, each piece you offer weakens your own place." Liam nodded, feeling the pulse of the market shift as he placed his hand over the boy's trembling fingers, guiding him to return the dagger. The silvery light of the blade dimmed as it was placed back on the stall, and a wave of relief washed over the crowd. The tension dissipated, leaving behind a sense of quiet awe. The young man fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face. "Thank you," he whispered, voice thick with emotion. Liam offered a small, weary smile. "Go now, and remember that debts are not just paid in golden promises, but in choices." As the crowd began to disperse, the tattooed woman stepped closer, her voice low. "You took on part of his debt." "She took on part of his debt," she said, a hint of concern in her tone. That's dangerous, even for a keeper? Liam nodded, the weight of his choice settling in his chest. I know, he said, glancing at the market around him. The whispers were softer now, a blend of approval and caution. But if the market is to have a keeper, it needs one who remembers that mercy is as powerful as justice. The tattooed woman's expression softened, a small smile breaking through her wary demeanor. Maybe you're exactly what this place needed after all. Liam felt the truth of her words, the market's pulse now synchronized with his own. He knew this was only the beginning, that the midnight market would continue to test him, challenge him, but for the first time, he felt ready. The glow of the market dimmed as the crowd dispersed, leaving Liam and the tattooed woman in a quieter corner of the midnight market. The air felt different now, as if the market itself was processing what had just happened. The whispers had softened, but their tone carried an undercurrent of something Liam couldn't quite place: anticipation, or perhaps foreboding. Every action has a ripple, the tattooed woman said, her voice breaking the silence. She glanced at Liam, eyes studying him as if searching for a clue to his thoughts. Taking on the boy's debt was noble, but the market doesn't forget. I know, Liam replied, the weight of his choice pressing on him. He could feel the subtle shift within himself, the part of his essence that now carried the boy's burden. It was like a shadow at the edge of his consciousness, a reminder that his place as keeper came with sacrifices. He was only beginning to understand. The woman leaned closer, her voice barely above a whisper. The warden will watch you more closely now. You broke tradition by offering mercy. Some will see it as a challenge. Before Liam could respond, the lights around them flickered, casting the market in a wavering glow. The stalls seemed to shift and warp, their colors darkening as if touched by shadow. A chill swept through the air, and the whispers surged, urgent and frantic. The market tests its keepers, the woman said, eyes narrowing as she scanned. Their surroundings. Be ready. A sharp, echoing sound, like the crack of splintering wood, cut through the din, drawing the attention of every being in the market. Liam turned, heart pounding, to see a rift opening in the stone floor near the center statue. The crack widened, revealing an inky darkness that pulsed with a life of its own. The hooded figures that had chanted around the altar now appeared from the shadows, their robes billowing as they moved toward the rift. The warden, as they moved toward the rift, emerged from behind the statue, his onyx skin gleaming in the dim light, eyes blazing with an intensity that made Liam's chest tighten. Keeper, the warden called, his voice reverberating through the market like a drum. A debt unpaid has awakened the void. It seeks to reclaim what was promised. Liam's pulse quickened as he stepped forward, the tattooed woman's hand on his arm a fleeting reassurance. The rift pulsed again, the darkness within it swirling like a storm. The whispers around him changed, turning into a chorus of warnings, each one clearer than the last. Beware the void. It devours without mercy. The warden's eyes locked onto Liam, and for a moment, the market seemed to hold its breath. Only the keeper can confront what lies within, he said, the challenge in his voice unmistakable. Step forward and face the echoes of the past. The rift seemed to call to him, a silent, insistent pull that resonated in his chest. He took a deep bow through wisdom and his chest and stride forward in a breath, the weight of his role pressing on him like never before. The tattooed woman's fingers tightened on his arm, her eyes wide with a mix of fear and determination. Don't face it alone, she said, voice shaking. The void is not just a force. It's the embodiment of everything the market has taken. Memories, lives, fears it will test every part of you. Liam nodded, the whispers around him swelling into a crescendo as he stepped toward the rift. The cold seeped into his bones as he approached, and the light of the market dimmed further, leaving him standing in a halo of flickering shadows. He glanced back at the tattooed woman, her face pale but resolute, and felt a surge of determination. With a final breath, Liam stepped into the darkness. The cold was immediate and suffocating, a presence that wrapped itself around Liam as he stepped into the rift. The whispers of the market faded into silence, replaced by a low, resonant hum that vibrated in his chest and made his vision blur. The darkness was thick and impenetrable, pressing against him like a living entity, testing his resolve. He took a tentative step forward, the stone beneath his feet uneven and slick. A faint, shifting light appeared in the distance, flickering like a candle in a storm. As he approached, the light expanded, revealing a vast expanse filled with shadowy figures that moved like smoke. They had no defined shapes, only the suggestion of faces and hands reaching out, grasping at the void around them. The hum intensified, and Liam felt a sudden sharp pain in his temples. Memories that weren't his own flooded his mind, flashes of faces, voices crying out in desperation, hands clutching at empty air. He gasped, stumbling backward as the figures closed in, their whispers now audible and full of anguish. "Help us! Release us!" The plea sent a shiver down his spine. These were the echoes, the remnants of those who had bargained too much, given too willingly, and lost everything to the market. They were bound here, trapped in the void, their stories half told and unfinished. "Liam," a voice called, cutting through the cacophony like a blade. It was sharp, familiar, and filled with wisdom. It was sharp, familiar, and filled with urgency. He turned, squinting into the darkness, and saw the tattooed woman standing at the edge of the rift. Her figure was outlined in the faint, otherworldly light that seeped from the market beyond. "I told you not to face it alone." "She told you not to face it alone?" she said, stepping into the void. The darkness seemed to resist her, pushing back like an unseen tide, but she pushed forward, determination etched across her features. Her tattoos glowed faintly, the symbols pulsing in time with the hum of the hum of the hum of the hum. Void. The figures around them shifted, their focus now split between Liam and the woman. The whispers grew louder, overlapping until they were a deafening roar. Liam clenched his fists, fighting to stay grounded as the void pushed and pulled at his consciousness. "What do you seek, Keeper?" The voice was different this time, deep and ancient, as if the void itself had spoken. It resonated through Liam, pressing against his mind and filling him with a dread so profound it nearly brought him to his knees. "I seek balance," Liam said, forcing the words out. "I seek to understand and to free those bound by their choices." The void pulsed, and the figures shifted, their forms writhing as the light around them grew. The whispers fell silent, replaced by the rhythmic thrum that now matched the beat of Liam's heart. The tattooed woman placed a hand on his shoulder, her touch grounding him. "To free them, you must confront what binds them," she said, her voice steady despite the fear in her eyes. "Their memories, their pain, it's all here. You must choose to bear it, to share their burden." Liam's breath caught in his throat. He looked at the figures, their shadowy forms reaching out, eyes pleading for release. The weight of their suffering pressed down on him, a tide of despair that threatened to consume him. But beneath it, he felt something else, a spark of hope, fragile but present. He nodded, meeting the gaze of the closest figure. "I choose to share their burden," he said. The declaration ringing out into the silence. The void responded immediately. A wave of cold swept through him, carrying with it the pain, fear and regret of countless souls. It was overwhelming, a torrent of emotion that sent him to his hiss. His vision blurred, and he felt the world tilt around him, but the woman's hand on his shoulder anchored him, kept him from slipping away. The figures shifted, their forms solidifying for a moment. Faces appeared, no longer shadowed, but real and filled with emotion. They looked at Liam with expressions of shock, gratitude, and relief. The whispers returned, softer now, a chorus of thanks and hope. The light in the void brightened, and the hum receded, replaced by a warm, steady glow. The figures began to fade, their forms dissolving into light that streamed upward, disappearing into the darkness above. The pressure on Liam's mind lifted, leaving him exhausted but unbroken. The tattooed woman knelt beside him, her eyes wide with amazement. "You did it," she whispered, her voice trembling. "You freed them." The void around them shifted, the darkness softening until it was nothing more than a shadow. The rift at their feet began to close. The stone knitting itself back together as the last of the light faded. Liam stood, legs shaking, and looked at the woman. "What now?" he asked, voice hoarse. "Now we return," she said, a small, weary smile playing on her lips. "The market has its keeper, and the echoes have their peace. But remember, Liam, the market always remembers." As they stepped back toward the glow of the market, the whispers followed them, no longer haunting, but a soft song of gratitude and farewell. The air of the midnight market felt different as Liam and the tattooed woman emerged from the closing rift. The usual hum of whispers was quieter now, tinged with a sense of awe and anticipation. The market seemed to breathe, shifting as if acknowledging what had just transpired. Vendors and patrons alike turned their eyes to Liam, some with curiosity, others with a glimmers of respect. The warden stood near the center statue, his onyx skin catching the soft, flickering light of the market's hanging lanterns. His ember-like eyes narrowed as they met Liam's, and for a moment, the two regarded each other in silence. The crowd seemed to hold its collective breath, waiting for the next move. "The echoes have found peace," the warden said, his voice deep and resonant, carrying through the market. "But the market's balance remains fragile. Keeper, you have chosen to bear a burden unlike any before you. Do you understand what this means?" Liam felt the weight of the warden's words press into him. The memories he had shared with the trapped souls still lingered in his mind, a haunting echo that would never truly leave. But he also felt something else, a sense of purpose, an understanding of the market's true nature that went beyond trade and barter. He nodded slowly. "I do," he said, his voice steady despite the exhaustion that threatened to drag him down. "I know that the market is not just a place of bargains, but a realm of stories and choices, and those stories deserve an end, not just a price." A murmur rippled through the crowd, the whispers of the market shifting, curious and intrigued. The tattooed woman stood beside him, her eyes locked on him. The warden with a defiant spark. The warden's gaze softened, and he inclined his head ever so slightly. "Then, you will guide it, not as a ruler, but as a guardian. The market will test you, push you, and at times defy you, but it will also reveal its secrets if you prove worthy." Before Liam could respond, a sudden rush of wind swept through the market, extinguishing the lanterns and plunging the space into near darkness. Gasps and murmurs filled the air as shadows crept along the stone floor, converging at the base of the central statue. The statue's eyes, once dull and lifeless, now glowed with a cold blue light. A voice, ancient and filled with wrath, echoed through the chamber. "Not all debts are settled. Not all debts are settled, keeper. Some shadows hold their grudges close. The air grew thick, suffocating. Liam's chest tightened as a figure began to form at the statue's base, coalescing from the darkness itself. It was tall, cloaked in a tattered shroud that shifted as though alive. Its eyes were empty voids, consuming and unyielding. The tattooed woman's hand went to Liam's arm, her grip fierce. "The shadow claimant," she whispered, her voice barely audible over the pounding of his heart. A spirit of audible over the pounding of his heart. Debts that were never meant to be paid, bound by the market's oldest laws. The claimant's gaze turned to Liam, and the whispers in the market surged, chaotic and panicked. The figure's voice was a low growl, like the rumble of distant thunder. "You dare to change the balance, to free what was mine." Liam's breath came in shallow gasps, but he forced himself to meet the spirit's gaze. He could feel the echoes of the freed souls within him, their collective relief and gratitude bolstering his courage. He took a step forward, the weight of his role as keeper settling more firmly on his shoulders. "They were not yours to keep," he said, his voice ringing out clear and unwavering. "The market's balance is maintained not by hoarding suffering, but by allowing stories to end, debts to be paid, and souls to find peace." The claimant let out a hiss, the shadows around it roiling like a storm. It surged forward, the air growing colder, filled with the sting of ice and despair. Liam braced himself, every instinct screaming to flee, but the tattooed woman stepped beside him, her tattoos glowing with an inner light that pushed back the encroaching darkness. "Stand firm," she said, her voice steady. "The market chose you for this." Liam closed his eyes into the well of memories and stories that had been passed to him. The echoes whispered in unison, their voices a song of resilience and hope. He felt the warmth spread through him, countering the chill of the claimant's power. When he opened power, his eyes, they glowed faintly with the same light that radiated from the woman's tattoos. The claimant hesitated, its form flickering as if uncertain, returned to the void. "Leon commanded," the power in his voice surprising even himself. Your debt is settled. The market will not bind souls to your chains anymore," the figure screamed, a sound that tore through the market like a gale, rattling the stalls and sending a wave of darkness that dissipated as quickly as it came. The claimant's form crumbled, shadows peeling away like smoke until there was nothing left but silence. The market exhaled, the tension lifting as the lanterns reignited, casting a warm, steady light. The whispers were no longer frantic but awed, a chorus of acknowledgement and acceptance. The warden stepped forward, eyes glinting with a mixture of pride and solemnity. "You have proven yourself, keeper," he said. "But know this, the market stories are endless, and each one comes with endless, a choice." Liam nodded, the echoes within him now quiet hum. He knew that this was only the beginning, that the midnight market held more secrets, more challenges, and more stories waiting to be told. But he also knew that he was ready. The midnight market was bathed in the soft glow of lanterns, their light dancing across the stalls and casting long, gentle shadows. The tension that had gripped the space only moments before had melted into a rare stillness, a sense of collective and relief washing over patrons and vendors alike. Liam stood at the center, the whispers of the market now a gentle murmur that resonated in his bones. He was the keeper now, not just in title, but in spirit. The tattooed woman, whose name he realized he still didn't know, stepped forward. The glow of her tattoos had faded, leaving her looking almost human, almost vulnerable. She studied him for a moment, a faint smile tugging at the corners of her lips. You did what no one's thought possible, she said, her voice low and filled with an emotion that Liam couldn't quite name. You faced the claimant and turned the tide. The market will remember this night. Liam nodded, exhaustion seeping into his bones now that the adrenaline had worn off. He glanced around at the market, the faces of its patrons, both human and otherwise, watching him with newfound respect. The vendors had resumed their quiet calls, bartering in hushed tones as if not to disturb the fragile peace. The warden approached, his onyx skin reflecting the light of the lanterns. His eyes, once blazing with challenge, now held a softer glow. You have proven your mettle, keeper. The market has accepted you, but this place holds more than echoes and shadows. It holds stories yet to be told, paths yet to be chosen. Liam met the warden's gaze, a surge of determination rekindling in his chest. I know, he said, his voice steady despite the weight of the realization. And I will guide it, protect it, and ensure that those who come here understand the balance they are stepping into. The warden inclined his head in a gesture of acknowledgement. Then your journey begins anew, but with eyes unclouded by fear or ignorance. The crowd, sensing the end of the night's extraordinary events, began to disperse. Vendors returned to their stalls, adjusting wares and engaging in quiet negotiations, while patrons shared glances filled with wonder and cautious optimism. The market's whispers shifted, their tone no longer one of warnings and secrets, but of curiosity and quiet approval. The tattooed woman reached out, her fingers brushing Liam's arm. You've changed more than just the market. Tonight, she said, you've given hope to those who thought they would never see the light again. Liam felt a pang of emotion, the echoes within him murmuring in agreement. The faces of those he had freed, their stories, now at rest, would stay with him always. He took a deep breath, the scent of spices and smoke filling his lungs, and felt a sense of purpose settle over him as the first hint of dawn broke beyond the cavern, casting a pale light that crept through the cracks in the stone walls. The midnight market began to fade. The magic that held it together whispered its goodbyes, a soft collective exhale that signaled the end of another night. Liam turned to the tattooed woman. Will you stay? She tilted her head, the ghost of a smile returning. I have been bound to this place for so long that I don't know what freedom feels like. But with you as the keeper, perhaps it's time I found out. He nodded, understanding in his eyes. Then find your story, and know that the market will always welcome you. With that, she stepped back, disappearing into the crowd that ebbed and flowed like a living tide. Liam watched her go, feeling a strange mix of loss and anticipation. The market was his now, its secrets intertwined with his very being. But he knew that each night would bring new challenges, new faces, and new stories waiting to be told. As the last of the patrons faded into the city beyond and the glow of the college activations and laboratorium over a telltale in the prepared south street. The market dimmed. Liam stood alone at its heart, the whispers now a gentle hum in the back of his mind. The midnight market had a keeper, and its echoes were at peace, but the dawn held its own secrets, and Liam was ready to face whatever came next. Welcome to Sleep for Stories. Thank you for joining us on this relaxing and mysterious journey. Let us know in the comments where in the world you're watching from, and what time it is for you. If you enjoy these stories, don't forget to subscribe to the channel, give this video a thumbs up, and turn on notifications so you don't miss any future tales. Wishing you a peaceful listening experience and a restful sleep. The fog lay thick over the countryside, rolling across the fields like a living shroud as Dr. Lydia Hensley navigated the narrow, overgrown road that led to Grimsby Manor. The tires of her old station wagon crunched on the gravel, The sound on the gravel, the sound muffled by the damp, suffocating silence. The manor loomed in the distance, its silhouette sharp and menacing against the darkening sky. Thunder growled somewhere far off, promising a storm. Lydia was an anthropologist whose fascination with Anses, places untouched by time, had led her to many forgotten corners of the world. But there was something different about Grimsby Manor. The villagers of Hensbrook, the nearest town, spoke of it only in whispers, their faces drawn with a mixture of fear and superstition. They called it the House of Silent Watchers, claiming that shadows moved when no one was looking, and that the air itself seemed to breathe. As she approached the manor, a chill slithered down her spine. The building stood down her spine, tall and defiant, its stone facade cracked and covered in a web of ivy that seemed to cling to it like a second skin. Shattered windows, some covered with wooden planks, stared out like the empty eyes of a corpse. The front door, an ancient Torres slab of oak reinforced with wrought iron, bore the scars of time and weather. Taking a deep breath, Lydia stepped out of the car. The wind picked up, rustling the leaves of the gnarled oaks that lined the property. Each creak and groan of these branches sounded like a whispered warning. She retrieved her flashlight from her bag, the beam cutting a narrow path through the mist. The silence was almost palpable, heavy with the weight of untold stories. Just another old house. Just another old house, she muttered to herself, but the reassurance felt hollow. She walked up the stone steps, their surface slick with moss and rain, and placed her hand on the door's iron handle. The cold metal bit into her palm as she pushed. The door creaking open as she pushed. The door creaking open with a sound that resonated through the stillness like a drawn-out sigh. The entrance hall was vast, lined with oil paintings whose subjects seemed to follow her with their eyes. Dust-covered chandeliers hung like forgotten relics, their crystals dulled and lifeless. A grand staircase curved up to the second floor, its wooden balustrade carved with intricate designs that time had smoothed and worn away. The air smelled of mildew and something else, something metallic and sharp. Lydia stepped inside, the floorboards creaking under her weight. She paused, straining to listen. The silence pressed down on her, dense and unnatural. Just as she was about to move deeper into the hall, a faint sound caught her attention, a soft, rhythmic thumping, as if something were knocking against the walls in the far reaches of the house. Her heart pounded as she swept her flashlight across the room. The beam revealed a portrait of a stern-faced man with eyes that seemed too lifelike, too aware. She turned away, trying to shake off the feeling that she was being watched, and called out, "Hello? Is anyone here?" The only answer was the echo of her own voice, swallowed quickly by the suffocating silence. The hallway extended into a labyrinth of shadowed rooms and doorways, each one a gateway to forgotten stories. Lydia's flashlight flickered as she moved forward, the beam casting long, trembling shadows that danced on the peeling wallpaper. The thumping noise she had heard moments earlier had ceased, replaced by an oppressive silence that seemed to hold its breath. She passed under an archway into what appeared to be the manor's drawing room. The furniture was draped in white sheets, ghostly shapes that loomed in the dim light. An old piano stood in the corner, its keys yellowed and chipped. On top of it lay an open music book. Pages fluttering as though stirred by an invisible hand. Lydia's skin prickled, a chill coursing down her spine. The beam of her flashlight caught the glint of something metallic on the floor. Kneeling, she picked up a brass locket, tarnished and cold to the touch. She turned it over, finding the initials A. Pigduo. engraved delicately on the back. A memory surfaced, something she had read in an old newspaper clipping about Grimsby Manor. Eleanor Blackwood, the last known inhabitant, had disappeared without a trace, leaving only whispers and mystery in her wake. A sudden noise snapped her back to the present. It was subtle at first, a faint, rhythmic tapping that seemed to come from the walls. Lydia rose slowly, heart thudding in her chest. She followed the sound down a narrow hallway lined with portraits whose eyes gleamed in the dark. The tapping grew louder, morphing into a series of knocks that seemed to echo her footsteps. "Hello?" she called again, her voice breaking the silence this time. The response was immediate. A whisper, so soft it was almost swallowed by the air, drifted past her ear. "Leave before it finds you." Lydia spun around, the flashlight beaming, trembling as it swept across the hallway. There was no one there. The whispers faded, replaced by the slow creak of a floorboard shifting beneath unseen weight. She felt the hair on the back of her neck stand up as if someone were breathing down her neck. Lydia's gaze swept the room, taking in the layers of dust that had settled over furniture frozen in time. An ancient desk stood against the far wall, its surface littered with faded books and a yellowed letter, the ink barely legible. With trembling hands, she picked up the letter and read, "Dear Eleanor, the voices grow stronger by the day. Father refuses to leave his study, and Mother weeps through the night. Something lives behind the walls, watching us, waiting. If you find this, do not return. This place is no longer a home. It is a trap. Christopher." The words echoed in her mind, a testament to the terror that had once gripped the house. Suddenly, the air around her shifted, and a faint rustling sound filled the silence, as if someone or something was moving behind the heavy drapes. Lydia's pulse quickened, her breath catching in her throat as she backed away from the desk. The shadows at the edges of the room began to stir, subtle at first, but soon growing more pronounced. They seemed to coalesce, moving with intent. At that moment, Lydia realized these were not mere tricks of the light. The shadows were alive. They merged into a tall, gaunt figure, faceless yet unmistakably aware of her presence. "What do you seek here?" the shadow whispered, its voice thin and sharp, like the rustle of dry leaves in a winter wind. Lydia's voice faltered, the cold grip of fear tightening around her chest. The figure took a step forward, and the candle's flame sputtered before extinguishing, plunging the room into darkness. In that suffocating void, silence reigned, an unnatural, oppressive silence that felt almost sentient. Her fingers instinctively closed around the locket in her pocket, its cold metal grounding her pocket. In the present, the apparition vanished as abruptly as it had appeared, leaving behind only the chill that seeped into her bones. The room was once again still, but Lydia knew this was only the beginning. Turning back to the desk, she searched through its drawers, uncovering an old key engraved with strange, intertwining symbols. It felt significant, as though it were a key to the manor's hidden heart, a place where secrets and shadows waited. Slipping it into her coat pocket, she took a deep breath, ready to venture further into the house depths. The key felt cold and heavy in Lydia's pocket as she stepped out of the study and back into the hallway. The house seemed different now, as if it had sensed her discovery, and shifted in response. The walls, once silent, now hummed with an energy that set her nerves on edge. The air was thick with the metallic tang of rain that had begun to pound against the cracked windows, casting erratic shadows across the room. With each flash of lightning, determined to find what the key unlocked, Lydia moved toward the grand staircase that wound up into the darkened upper floors of the manor. Each step creaked beneath her weight, the sound echoing into the silence. At the top, she paused, straining to hear any sign of movement. A faint whisper seemed to drift from a hallway to her left, just at the edge of hearing. "Find us! Release us!" The voice was neither male nor female, but something ancient, layered with countless echoes. Lydia's breath caught as she turned her flashlight down the hallway. The beam illuminated portraits of the Blackwood family, their faces painted with stern expressions that seemed to come alive under the flickering light. One portrait in particular caught her attention, a young woman with a locket identical to the one in Lydia's pocket. Her eyes, rendered in deep blues, seemed to glisten with a hidden emotion, fear. A sudden noise behind her made Lydia spin around, heart thundering in her chest. The door to one of the rooms had creaked open, revealing only darkness within. She hesitated, every instinct screaming at her to turn back, but the pull of the mystery was too strong. She stepped inside, the smell of damp and decay closing around her like a shroud. The room was a bedroom, once luxurious, but now reduced to a shell of its former grandeur. The canopy bed was draped with tattered fabric, and the dresser was cluttered with what trinkets that had long lost their luster. But it was the large, gilded mirror on the far wall that drew her attention. Its surface was cracked, the fractures forming a spiderweb pattern that seemed to shimmer in the dim light as Lydia approached. The mirror fogged over, as if exhaling a breath. Her reflection disappeared, replaced by the image of a woman standing in the room with her, a woman with hollow eyes and a face twisted in anguish. The woman raised a hand, pressing it against the glass from the inside, her mouth moving in a silent plea. "Help us!" The whisper resonated in Lydia's mind, louder this time, filled with a desperation that chilled her to the bone. She stepped back, the key in her pocket growing unbearably cold. The room felt as if it were closing in on her, the walls shifting and creaking as if alive. Summoning her courage, she reached into her pocket and pulled out the key. The woman in the mirror nodded, a single tear tracing down her translucent cheek before the image faded, leaving Lydia alone with her racing heartbeat and the relentless patter of rain. The key was a promise, a directive. Find the truth and release the forgotten souls of Grimsby Manor. With the key now warm in her hand, Lydia felt a surge of resolve. The manor was no longer just a crumbling relic. It was a maze of secrets holding stories that had yearned for centuries to be uncovered. She glanced at the cracked mirror one last time before stepping back into the hallway. The soft murmurs of voices lost, pleading followed her as she moved. As she traced her steps along the corridor, Lydia noticed a peculiar pattern in the wallpaper, an intricate motif of vines that seemed to writhe, under her gaze. Running her fingers along the wall, she found a seam, almost imperceptible, that ran from floor to ceiling. Her pulse quickened. The key felt like it belonged here, as if it had been waiting for this exact moment. She slid it, into the seam, and with a soft click, a hidden panel creaked open, revealing a dark, narrow staircase spiraling down into the depths of the manor. The air grew colder as she descended, each step taking her further into the unknown. The walls here were rough stone, glistening with moisture, and the scent of damp earth mixed with something acrid, something that stung her eyes and burned at the back of her throat. A faint light pulsed at the end of the stairwell, casting long shadows that danced across the walls like specters. At the bottom, she emerged into a chamber unlike any she had seen. The room was vast, lined with stone pillars that reached up to a ceiling, lost in darkness. On the far side, an altar stood, carved her healing, lost in darkness. On the far side, an altar stood, carved with the same symbols as those etched on the key. Surrounding the altar were statues, each depicting figures frozen in expressions of terror and grief. Lydia's flashlight flickered as she moved closer, revealing more of the chamber. Ancient runes carved into the stone glowed faintly, casting an eerie blue light. She could hear whispers, distinct now, rising and falling like a tide. Find the truth. Free us from silence. The voice was louder now, resonant and sorrowful. Lydia's. Resonant and sorrowful Lydia's. Heart ached with the weight of their suffering. She reached out to touch the altar, and the room seemed to come alive. The statues' faces contorted, mouths opening in silent screams. The air crackled with energy, and shadow unfurled from the darkness, coalescing into a towering figure with eyes that burned like embers. "You dare disturb the silence?" the figure intoned, its voice deep and reverberating. The room shook with the force of its presence, and Lydia staggered back, fear rooting her to the spot. "I'm here to release you," Lydia said, voice trembling but resolute. She raised the locket and the key, their surfaces now glowing with a light that pulsed in rhythm with her racing heart. The figure hesitated, its eyes narrowing as it surveyed her. For a moment, the chamber was deathly still, the weight of centuries pressing down on both. Then, slowly, the figure's form began to waver, the burning eyes softening to an almost human sorrow. "Then speak the truth," it said, voice echoing into silence. Lydia took a deep breath, feeling the whispers around her merge into one harmonious plea. She knew now what she had to do. The chamber pulsed with an unnatural energy, the runes on the altar glowing brighter as Lydia stepped closer. The whispering voices around her merged into a single, rhythmic chant, their tone urgent and filled with both hope and dread. She held the key and the locket tightly, feeling their combined warmth seep into her skin. "Speak the truth," the shadowy figure urged, its form flickering between solidity and shadow. As if caught between realms, Lydia's mind raced, piecing together the fragments she had uncovered. The desperate letter from Christopher, the haunting portrait of Eleanor, the words in the journal. This was not just a place of haunted memories. It was a prison, bound by the grief and guilt of the Blackwood family. They had conducted a ritual to bind something unspeakable, but in doing so, they had trapped themselves and countless others in a cycle of silence and torment. She stepped forward, her voice steady despite the fear coursing through her veins. This house was a sanctuary, but it became a prison. You sought to bind the darkness, but it bound you in return. The silence that consumes this place is not peace, it's suffering. The glow from the runes intensified, the blue light shifting to a deep, resonant gold. The statues around the room began to crumble, their expressions of terror softening as cracks spider-webbed across their stone faces. The shadow figure wavered, its eyes losing their fire, replaced by a deep, weary sadness. Lydia lifted the locket and placed it on the altar, fitting it into an engraved depression that matched its shape perfectly. The air vibrated with a deep hum as the key in her hand grew searing hot, compelling her to insert it into the center of the altar. With a resolute push, she turned the key. A brilliant light flooded the chamber, blinding in its intensity. The whispers turned into a chorus, triumphant and clear, no longer pleading but relieved. The shadow figure let out a final, breathless sigh and dissolved into the light, its form scattering into fragments that shimmered like fireflies before vanishing. The room quaked as the energy released surged through the walls, shaking dust from the ceiling and causing cracks to splinter outward. Lydia felt herself pulled back, as though the very air was pushing her away. She stumbled, catching herself on one of the stone pillars as the light engulfed the entire chamber. Then, as suddenly as it began, the light dimmed, leaving a warm, golden glow that bathed the room in peace. The statues were gone, replaced by gentle, undisturbed stone. The oppressive weight that had haunted the manor lifted, replaced by a serene, almost sacred silence. Lydia stood in the now quiet chamber, her breath steadying as the warmth of the released energy wrapped around her like an embrace. The key and the locket were around her, like an embrace. Gone, melted into the altar itself, leaving behind only the symbols that no longer glowed but lay dormant, their purpose fulfilled. She climbed the spiral staircase back to the main floor, each step lighter than the last. The manor seemed transformed. The air was no longer heavy, and the dark corners were just that, corners, no longer hiding unseen eyes. Morning light filtered through the cracked windows, casting a soft glow that illuminated the dust motes dancing lazily in the ditch of the trees, and there needed the two-edged golly. It kind of probably your one fairways air. As she reached the main hall, Lydia looked back one last time. The portraits on the walls, once stern and watchful, now seemed different. The eyes were not accusatory, they were grateful. The faintest smile touched the lips of Eleanor's. They were grateful, painted figure. Her locket now resting within the painting itself, as a final nod to what had been set right. Stepping outside, Lydia felt the cool morning air fill her lungs. The storm had passed, leaving the ground wet and glistening under the rising sun. The silence that had once been suffocating was now peaceful, like the deep breath of a soul finally at rest. The villagers of Hensbrook would notice the change. She was sure of it. The shadows that had loomed over Grimsby Manor for generations had been lifted. It was no longer a place of dread, but a monument to redemption, a testament to the power of facing the darkness and freeing the voices long forgotten. As Lydia walked down the path, leaving the manor behind, a gentle breeze rustled the ivy and carried with it a final whispered message, soft and content. Thank you. Mira Thompson had always been fascinated by the forgotten corners of history. As an archivist, she prided herself on uncovering the stories hidden in dusty tomes and ancient scrolls. So when she received a cryptic letter inviting her to Petrel Ethelgrid Ben Scrolls, a long-abandoned Ashwick library, she couldn't resist. The letter was written in an elegant hand and sealed with red wax that bore an unfamiliar sigil. The knowledge you seek lies in the halls of Ashwick, but beware the silence guards its secrets. Well, Ashwick Library was the stuff of local legend, an architectural marvel that had once been the pinnacle of scholarly pursuit before a fire nearly consumed